Hello, hello, friends. Hello, hello. Sorry for the delay. I had a package arrive. It's my Tokyo Treats box. Exciting. But welcome, Sal. Welcome, Secret Life. Welcome, Opons. How are you? How is your Fridays going? I'm playing this right now on my laptop, I would say, but I don't want any spoilers. Hey, not a problem. We're just starting it today, so you're probably ahead of us if you've been playing it. But, hope things are going well. Landfrost, how's it going? Let's see. I think I got everything open before I left. Like, right as I was starting, getting everything together, my phone started ringing. I was like, oh, I need to go get this package. Alright. Let's see. Let's start here first. Yeah, let's start here first. But welcome in. Nope, that's not supposed to happen. Ignore that. There you go. Ignore that. But how are you guys doing? How's your Friday? How is your Friday going? Or Saturday, depending on where you are. I was actually going to start earlier, but I was watching Tank play Persona 5. I know some of you guys were actually there, so I know I don't have to explain, but I was engulfed, and I felt like I needed to be there also because I was kind of the one who's like, Tank, you need to play Persona 5. Give it a shot. Gilmore, welcome. How are you? Yep, I was never there. Yeah, I was gonna start earlier, and then I was like, oh, this is so good. I love Persona, especially. Well, I've never played any of the ones before that. I want to play Persona 4, particularly because of some of the voice actors that are in it. But yeah, how are you guys doing? Tell me, how has your day been? And / your week, I guess. I mean, the week's almost done. It's probably almost done for most of you. Been telling him about P5 for a while now. Okay, good. I think so. Over the course of a lot of our Apex streams, I was like, it kept coming up. Because we were talking about JRPGs and how he didn't like them. And, oh, my mic's in the camera. Weird. I was like, I started watching Lupin on Netflix, which I highly recommend. If you are looking for a good show on Netflix, if you don't mind reading French subtitles, or if you speak French, if you don't mind listening to French, recommend watching Lupin on Netflix. But Lupin it's Lupin Arsène Persona 5, so I brought that up. We were then talking about Critical Role, and I was like, Matt Mercer, who he knows as a DM, but he's never seen Critical Role. I was like, Tank, Matt Mercer, he does one of the voices in Persona 5. And then we're talking about music or something. I was like, Persona 5 has great music. And then I think on one of my streams, we were just talking about things, and I was like, oh man, I love Persona. I love, like, the UI, and, like, the menu system is fantastic, and, like, I started just going on about that, and eventually he was like, okay, I think you've worn me down. I think I'm okay, ready to play it. I'm doing well, Lampfrost, thank you. And also, happy birthday tomorrow. That's your favorite game in the past 5 years? It's super good. I really enjoy it. I'm okay just cleaning the kitchen after Mom made 100 cupcakes for our party tomorrow. Oh my gosh, that's a lot. Doing well, finally feeling better after a week of depression. Now to enjoy the weekend. Gonna get some ramen tomorrow with some friends. Oh man, I love ramen. Love it. There's actually, there's a place nearby that has some really good ramen. And they used to be on, like, some of the delivery apps, but they're no longer on there. And I really wanted some yesterday, but I didn't end up getting any, so I was sad. But, Sal, I'm glad you're here. Always glad to have you here. And Gilmore with the lounge. Every team in that game was on point. I mean, all of it is just so good. I can't wait till he gets into a battle long enough that he can hear Last Surprise for a long enough time. because it's so good. But Beneath the Mask is a fantastic song. Last Surprise is great, obviously. And then it's the song that plays. It played at the very beginning of the game, but it plays when you're on the last day, like you're going to go fight the boss of a palace. Things will change, something like that. Anyway, that like those three are my favorite. I know a lot of people love Rivers in the Desert, something like that. Rivers and that song. That never actually, even the first time I was like, oh, this is okay, but I like the other ones. I like the other ones much better. Used to go with some coworkers to this Asian community to get ramen. Ooh, love it. I love like legit ramen. When I was playing P5, I would hear my wife hum the music. It's just incredibly catchy and so good. It's quite far from us, sadly. We got to drive a long while to get there. One long drive to get a friend, then another drive in the opposite direction, then in the city. Eventually we get there and it's all good. Hey, that's a good adventure. That sounds like a good little adventure. I personally love road trips. The one thing about living in Alaska that's a little sad is that you can go on a road trip, but like you're still in Alaska, right? We can't go to Canada right now, but I kind of miss when you're in the lower 48. You can just let's just drive a couple of hours and you can go to another state. You can just be in another place for a little bit, and even though you only drove a couple of hours, it still feels different for some reason. Like when you go into another state line. But I'm a big fan of driving, so I think even though it'll take a while, it'll be great. You get a good time in the car with your friends. It'll be nice. No, she isn't. Dunleavy? I think is that his name? I think that's. I'm not a huge political. Yeah, Mike Dunleavy. That's his name. But what is okay? So what is actually kind of interesting? Side note is if you go far west, Alaska. I mean, you can see Russia from my backyard is an exaggeration, but you actually can see Russia technically if you go far west. You can actually. I mean, that's how big Alaska is. You can actually see. You can see like a little bit of Russia back over there. But I haven't been out there. There's not that there's no reason to go out there, but there's just modern conveniences are less and less common the further out you go. I need my Wi-Fi. I need my Wi-Fi. I only know this about Alaska. Palin is from there. You have the last Blockbuster. We had one of the last Blockbusters. We don't anymore. It closed down. The last one is, I think, in Oregon somewhere. And vampires live out there. Also true. Have I told you guys about the time that I tried to convince my coworkers that I was a vampire? Did I do that? Did I say that already? You guys might not have been there. But it doesn't. No, tell us. I wasn't there for sure. I would remember this. So I worked at this place where I was a graphic designer, and I got there really early. I'm not a big morning person, but I would rather start my day early so that way I can get home maybe a little bit earlier and then just kind of rest for the rest of the day. And so I would get to work at around 6 a.m., which was about 2 hours before people needed to be there. And I would get there super early, and sorry, I dropped something. So I'd get there super early, and I generally, since I was the only one there, what I would do is I would get into the office and I wouldn't turn on the lights. Like I would get into, we had like a shared office space, so it wasn't like my own private office or anything. We had like a shared office area, and I wouldn't turn on the lights. I would just kind of have coffee or tea, have my computer, be in the dark, and I would just start working and kind of like getting the day started that way. It was for me, that's like a super nice, easy way to like start the day. Now, the thing is that eventually people started coming in, or if someone came early, they would walk into the office and not realize that I was there, and so then they would like either hear me all of a sudden or like flip on the lights and see me, and then they would like jump or whatever. And so there was this, it started to develop this pattern of Jet likes to be in the dark and is and is sitting here working, is like, it's just kind of odd because also you got to remember in the wintertime in Alaska, the sun doesn't like rise until like here in Anchorage, the sun won't rise until like 8:39, something like that. So it's like super dark at the time that I was getting there. And then at some point, it sounds really nice, no lights in the office. Right, it is. It honestly is. I felt like it was such a great way to start the day. Even though I, like, again, not a big morning person, but it was just like, I just want to get kind of the work done so that I can then go home, kind of take a nap, and then be refreshed for the rest of the night. So anyway, love working in the dark, right? It's just so much cozier. Anyway, so at some point, so a little bit about me. If I tend to like it when people speak very, directly to me. Like, if I don't like a lot of the, even though I feel like I'm not this way. I tend to beat around the bush a lot when I talk to people. However, I prefer clear communication and love it when somebody's just like, if they have a question, that they just ask me what that question is, or if they need to tell me something, they just tell it to me without like any kind of a roundabout way of getting to it. So you walk into the dark office building after a rough night, you're tired. You walk towards the light switch. When you hear from the darkness, "Don't turn it on. They can't see us in the dark." Your hand shakes as you reach for the switch. You flip it, ready for anything. It's your coworker drinking green tea at his desk. It's true. So again, I like clear communication. I like when people just speak directly to me. I kind of need that, and so there was this one time where we're in the office and everyone is like, not everyone, but like the marketing department. We're talking about birthdays and things, and they're like, "Oh, my birthday's on such and such date," and someone else is like, "Oh, that's so neat. You know, my birthday's on this day," and whatever, and they keep going on. And I'm kind of just working. I tend to be kind of like, when I'm at work, I tend to be kind of like, I need to focus on the task at hand. Like, if I feel like people are talking too much, or if I'm like getting distracted, that people are going to be upset with me, I think. So I like to focus. Unless that's like the environment, I guess, but it's just like, I don't know. If I feel like people are going to be like, "Well, why didn't you get this done?" Be like, "Well, everyone was talking. I don't know." So I tend to focus. So I'm like still sitting there working on stuff while they're talking about birthdays, and they're like, "Oh, you know, Jet." This one lady, she's like, "You know, Jet, I don't think you've told us when your birthday is," and which is not a question. That's just a statement, right? That's how I process it in my head. Like, I can tell that she wants to know when my birthday is, probably. However, she's not asking me that. She's just telling me a statement. "I don't think you've told us when your birthday is." And I say, "You're right." Or, "You're probably right," or something like that. And and so there was this pause where it was obvious she was waiting. And so, yeah, technically she didn't ask me. And so I'm kind of like, had she asked me, had she said, when is your birthday? I would have answered her. But because of that, I was like, I'm just going to start creating this illusion that I have been alive forever. I get to work. I work in the dark. They don't know when my birthday is, and they're like, to them it seems like I'm being really mysterious. They're like, because she said something else, I can't remember how she phrased it, but she didn't ask me when my birthday was again. She went ahead and said like another statement, like oh, I love celebrating birthdays, or something to that effect of like, you know, clearly the context clues is she wanted me to tell her when my birthday was, but I didn't. I was just kind of like, neat. Like, okay, cool. And I was like, I need to start coming to work and only drink out of like a goblet or something. Anytime I'm drinking anything, it's just always this like bejeweled goblet that I'm just like, yes, come and talk to me about marketing. I will do this graphic design job for you. Yes. Or always start wearing like a collared coat or something that I don't know. So I at some point I was just like, they never did. They never asked me, like, I think it came up a couple of times, but again, they never asked me directly, when is your birthday? And so I was just like, you know, we're just gonna let this happen. I'm a vampire now. It's okay. Yes, Line Frost. When is your birthday? January 7th. Thank you for asking. You see, I think part of it is like, well, okay, so I think that situation, looking back, I think that situation was there are a couple things happening. One, I don't usually celebrate my birthday like in a big celebration. And so it's kind of like I would rather it be like a smaller deal of like close friends or something. I don't like making like it a big spectacular thing. So I think that's part of it. It's like I didn't want them to be making a big deal out of it. The second thing was there's a part of me that doesn't like it when I feel like somebody's not being direct with me, I guess, in a way. Like, part of me is just like, just ask me the question. Just like, if you want to know something, just ask. And so, like, it just was like listening to the conversation as I'm trying to get work done, and then them being like, well, we don't know when your birthday is. I'm like, you're right. You probably don't, I guess. I mean, I guess I haven't said it. It's never come up. Yeah, it just, I mean, like, I love celebrating other people's birthdays. For my birthday, it's more of like, I just want something kind of like chill, and I want like maybe my closest friends there, and that's kind of it. Doesn't need to be anything like crazy special. I don't really like need things. Like, I don't need them to give me things. I would just rather them spend time with me. That's kind of like that means the most things. So it's like, I don't know. Sometimes it's like like the coworkers that I was working with at this job, I didn't really have a ton in common with either. So it was kind of like, you know, I didn't really like mind either way. I was just like, well, you know, I don't think it's important for you guys to like have to know my birthday, I guess. So, but for me to be watching this and be like, all right, just ask me the question, please. If that's what you want to know, just ask. I don't know. Just tell them it's February 31st. Perfect. What is it that they say? April in Parks and Rec. She starts scheduling Ron's meetings for like at the end of the episode. She just starts like combining month names together. I don't remember. Anyway, I'm not a big celebrator, but my kids like to do something for me. That's nice. You see, that's nice. I don't mind, like, you know, I don't like the attention usually. And so when it's like, yeah, if people are making like a huge deal out of it, I'll get super embarrassed. And so I just am like, all right, let's calm it down. Let's just order pizza. That's, you know, I want pizza. Let's play some video games and I'll be great. That's all I really want. So anyway, yeah, it was just a funny time where I was like, I don't know. maybe I could have been a little bit nicer and just had answered her question for her, but I don't know. Ooh, let's get tacos and make a plain cake with no frosting. Interesting. So you just like the cake portion. Just a big cake fan. I don't like a lot of frosting on my cakes, so I get that. I like some frosting because I like a lot of sweet stuff. But like, I like it pretty light. Pretty light. I don't like the frosting. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not a big ice. Wait. What's the difference between icing and frosting? I know people in chat will know. We were talking about baking the other day. Emmers! I like to bring in cupcakes to work. Oh, that's so nice. What's the flavor of the cake? What was I gonna say? I don't like the thick. Is the frosting tub that you usually get in like supermarkets? Is that frosting or is that icing? Does it matter? Isn't it thicker usually? Is frosting thicker? I don't know. I usually like the light stuff. That's more of like a whipped topping, I guess. It's kind of just light and fluffy, not like a. I don't want to feel like I'm eating globs of sugar, I guess, but I don't know. But I still will. Because I like sugar, but... Anyway, so that's how I tried to convince my coworkers that I was a vampire. I don't know, have you guys watched 30 Rock before? It's one of my favorite shows. And there is this running gag that starts kind of early on, but it doesn't become more apparent until much later. There's a running gag that one of the characters is immortal, which doesn't make sense really in the universe of 30 Rock, which is supposed to be kind of like in universe for the most part. There are some differences, but there's a scene where Tracy Morgan's character, Tracy Jordan, is asking the NBC page. He's like, Kenneth, do you want to be a page forever? And Kenneth turns around and he's like, who said I've been alive for forever? And Tracy's like, what? No, do you want to be a page for the rest of your life? And he's like, oh, I don't know. I've never thought about that. Anyways, Kenneth is like a really cheery, happy person, and so it's just these random times where he's just ridiculous. Hilarious show if you haven't watched it. Ooh, buttercream frosting is delicious. That is delicious. I think icing is softer like a spread and frosting is thicker and kind of like a layer. I don't know. That sounds about right. Sal, I think that's kind of what I was thinking. I'm a regular chef, not a pastry chef. That's fair. I think I like then icing more. I like lighter things. For my birthday, I always make a cake for myself that I've been making for the past few years. And it has like a whipped cream type topping to it. It's a super like easy, light, I think it's just like whipped cream or whipping cream Yeah, not whipped cream. Whipping cream. Some confectioner sugar and a little bit of vanilla in the bowl. And yeah, just whip it up until it's makes stiff peaks. And it's just easy and just tasty. I love it. Buttercream is my favorite. Buttercream is pretty good. I will give you that. Buttercream, pretty tasty. What was I gonna say? Anyway, it's funny. I will say I am probably when I talk to people, maybe you guys can tell. I don't know. When I talk to people, I tend to beat around the bush, or kind of like I'm not maybe necessarily always the most direct communicator. Does that make sense? I try to. When I have to think about it, and be more like, I need to have this conversation with this person, and I will focus on being have efficient use of my words. However, naturally, that it doesn't come very natural to me, but I prefer it when other people are more like just direct, so I don't have to like work on trying to understand their intention or like the emotion behind something. If they can just be direct with me, I'm like, great, perfect. You tell me what you want, and you'll get it. That's how I always tell. Like anytime I'm working with like clients and stuff for graphic design things, it's like, look, if you can tell, like if you have an idea of what you want, just tell me. Like that works perfect. I need that. Versus when people are just like, I don't know, you just come with something and we'll just figure it out. But if you don't do it right, then I'm gonna be real mad. It's like, no, just tell me what you want. Let's see. Ooh, I make some killer buttercream frosting if I do say so myself. Give it to me now. Azure, thank you for that. Hydrate, how are you? I like all sorts of sweet stuff, but nothing overly sweet. That's fair. As I always say, if it has chocolate, it cannot be bad. Client, do whatever you think is good. Also, client, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, that's... what was I... Oh, yeah. I was working on a website for somebody, and they gave me a... Like, what did they tell me? I forget what it was, but it was to the effect of jazz it up a little bit. And I was like, no. I was like, you need to tell me what that means. Jazz it up a little bit. That's not technical design terms. I need you to give me something specific. You have a cooldown, can't sneak another one in. Yeah, it's true. Because of that animation, it would just break everything and stuff. So there's like a delay. Plus, at the beginning, people kind of spammed it, and I was like, nah, I don't like that. Sorry, but let's see. Love the anime. I love that animation. Thanks, Light Frost. Can you make it more zen? Yes. Wow, jazz it up. I think I made fun of myself when I said that. I hope I did, because I remember being like, Secret Life, I need a pattern that's similar to this, but it's just, can you make it more zen? It needs to be more zen. I need more Japanese influence in this, please. Did I make that animation? No, I did not. I got the files. It's like two different animations, and then I just plopped it together in After Effects. Well, actually, now it's 3 or 4 different. It used to not do the, like, that last little hydrate bubble thing. That's newer. We added that a couple months ago. So now I think it's 4 animations, because it's the water crashing in, the water raising, the hydrate existing and fading away or whatever it does, and then the... Anyway. This, but more like how I'm seeing it in my head. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is, like, I always try to, I feel like I've learned a lot of times that people are like, thank you, Azure, for that hydrate. That people are like, they have something in their head that they want, but they just don't know how to either communicate it or like, I do see 4, yep. I got it from, I found these off of, VideoHive.net, I think, something like that. There's a bunch of, like, if you're ever looking for, like, a video template or, like, a graphic thing that someone's made, it exists there. I love the transition of that animation. I can see now why it gets spammed. Well, it got spammed before the animation existed, and so I was like, nah, well, we're gonna put it away. What was I gonna say? Oh, just like, yeah, clients and stuff. Sometimes they're like, yeah, I don't know what I want, but I feel like they do. I feel like they do know what they want. So I try to get them to, if someone tells me to jazz it up, I'll ask more probing questions, such as, what do you mean? And how do you imagine it looking better? Do you have any examples of what you feel is missing? Or we look at logos, or like, because I've done a lot of logo design for people, so it's like, we'll look at that and then I'll be like, all right, well, tell me about logos you do like, what don't you like, what logos do you hate, what is it about this logo that you like, etc. And then hopefully we can narrow it down at that point, but I don't know. For one client, I ended up making like 60 logos for them, but granted, most of them were like, I made like a set of like 10 to 15 and was like, oh, the reverse fist bump. And then it was kind of like here are all these different directions we could go. Do any of these spark like some inspiration of which one we should kind of start working off of, I guess. And then by the end of it, though, I made like 60 or more. It took us a while to nail this down, but they like their logo now, so I feel like that's good. It's an improvement. The name of it should be Drown. A lot of people do say something about drowning when the water happens. I hate dealing with print places because I know way more than them. That can happen, yeah. Sometimes they know what they want. Sometimes they know what they don't want. That's true, and that can be helpful. That can be super helpful. I'm head out for now. Gonna spend some me time before heading to bed. Nice, Sal. I hope you have a good one. I need to see some of your designs. I'll post some of them sometime. I guess I haven't really shared too much. I usually test print places with, do you take Targus or pings? If they look at me like we only take JPEGs, then I'm out. Yeah, sometimes, I can't remember what print place I was dealing with recently, but there was also like I think I was asking them, I was like, so what file formats do you need? And they were just like, oh, just like JPEG's good. I was like, is it though? Is it? I feel like so many other like print places that I've worked with are like, we need them in these formats or like in this, yeah. It is a red flag. Unfortunately, that was kind of like, I was helping out a business already, and they already had like connections with this one, so I couldn't get them to change over to a different one. So it was kind of like, well, that decision's been made. So I hope you guys like the end result. I mean, I'm doing my best, so I hope you enjoy it. While we're here, I just mentioned. Let me close this up so I can hold it up to you. My new Tokyo treat box. There are Tokyo treats inside. And this time, It's summer snacking. Ooh, it's only 5 months till Christmas. Oh my gosh, we're there. We're there, everybody. I love Christmas. Ooh. No smile. Let's see what we're gonna have today. Ooh. Ooh, what do we want? Do we want something sweet? Do we want something savory? What do we want? Huh. How about... both. Oh, both. We could have both. We could open this pack. Maybe this will be our sweet thing. It's something that you guys will be probably somewhat familiar with. This will be our savory thing. I think this is savory. Yeah, this is savory. I should get like some water or something. That's okay. Well, I have water, but I mean like some sparkling water. Okay, this will be our savory snack. This is Lucky Corn Tasty Salt Flavor. In Japan, summer is the time for scary movies. They say being scared cools you down, and for your snack. What? There's a lot of exclamation points in this. They say being scared cools you down, and for your snack. Super addictive salty Lucky Corn. You'll be too busy snacking to get spooked. I'm not sure where those kind of like in the middle sentences are, such as "and for your snack." But anyway, this is the snack. It's called Lucky Corn Tasty Salt Flavor. It's got a little corn guy and little corn people. The children of the corn are on here. They be shouting. They do be shouting. Wait for it. Wait for it. This is what it looks like. It's like a little cheesy poof. I know that's blurry. Looks like a little cheesy poof. Tastes like corn. And cheesy poofy. It is a tasty salt flavor. So, what do you guys have planned this weekend? It's actually kind of sweet a little bit too. Perhaps it is a sweet corn. But it's pretty good. Surprisingly, tastes like corn. I might try to watch Black Widow sometime this weekend. I haven't seen it yet. Gaming, swimming, nice. What are you playing? Or do you mostly just play Apex? What was I gonna say? Recuperate. Spend time with the fam. Nice. 99% Apex. Okay, nice. I guess to be fair, if I was that good at Apex, I probably would too. Carry a senpai. Man, the last game we played, did we win that game? We did. The last game that we played on Tank's stream, which was not last night but the night before, Tank and I played a ranked game. We got carried hard by this Wraith. Come here and eat spaghetti. I do like spaghetti. Ooh, sometimes old games. You guys in chat too? Invited. Like SNK. Wait. SNK. Like, wait. Oh, right. I think we were talking about this. Yeah. We talked about SNK a while back, I think. I was a big what comes in that collection? What is in the SNK 40th collection? Oh, here it is. Do they have any King of Fighters? No. Isn't SNK? No. I'm thinking of King of Fighters versus SNK, right? Did they do that? Something like that? I don't know. You tell me. I love King of Fighters, and I think now that I'm thinking about it, I remember there was like a crossover fighting game, right? Where it was like King of Fighters versus SNK. Did I make that up? Capcom versus SNK? That's what I'm thinking of? SNK versus Capcom. I think that's what I'm thinking of. Anyway. Jet Set Radio is so good. Not just because it has the name Jet in it, but I do like it. Oh no, giving that Wraith the bigger head. Well, and what's great is Tank and I did pretty well. We both had a couple kills. Our damage was like 1,300 and up, I think. But she had like 12. So, you know, she had like 12 kills. And Tank was like, is this how people do it? Like, they basically just run the entire time. Are just going all the time. Like, I think so. Never stop. Yeah, I think I told him that, like, I've heard some people say they'll loot at the first drop, and then they only loot from death boxes the rest of the time. Something like that. It's like, I mean, probably a good way to do it. But it can be a lot. Even when I'm alone, I run the whole game unless it's the last two rounds and hide. Ooh. I am like... My sneaky rogue tendencies come out. Where I'm like... Alright, it's time to hide. It's time to, find a... I wish there was, like, a melee weapon that did a critical damage. So if you, like, snuck up behind somebody and hit them with it, it would be, like, you know, rare but awesome. I need that. Like Titanfall 2. Oh, yeah. I can third party as a solo on Olympus. Oh my gosh. Oh, Ponce. That is intense. Just something to, like, if you can, like, it's some kind of, you know, make it a care package weapon. Make it like some kind of knife or something that you can only stab with. And it's like, if you can sneak up behind somebody and hit them with this, it takes maybe like 2 hits and they're dead. Something like that. I would love that, because I would be so sneaky. I would be so sneaky. But I could see people, I mean, imagine like a Pathfinder like grappling somebody and then like pulling them towards him, and he has like the knife ready. That would be so scary, and also awesome though if it worked. Though there would probably be some characters that'd be much easier to do that with than anybody else. But wouldn't that really just fill the like Revenant fantasy? Like that would just be like, I feel like that'd be perfect. luck, respawn. Take this idea. It's yours for Freezy. Okay, and while we're gonna open up a sweet snack, and this, most people will probably be familiar with to an extent, though I've not had this flavor before, but Pocky Mint Choco. Summer exclusive Pocky Alert. Only around for a short time, these Pocky have a cocoa base and tasty mint choco coating. They give us major refreshing choco mint ice cream vibes, but with the crunch. One, I will say, look at this packaging. This is good packaging. This is like, the colors are nice. Like, all of this is just well done. You can kind of see there's like the ice cream cone. And I guess this is probably like maybe mint leaves. But this is good packaging. I like this. I'm a fan. I like looking at packaging and being like, does this look good? And I love it. I like that it's also like the mint color is up front, but on the bottom and the top of it, it's like a brown chocolate color. See, that's good packaging. Good design. Me likey. Okay, now let's try to carefully open this. Don't want to ruin the package. Wait, am I opening this right? I think I messed it up. Even in my carefulness. Wait. Did I? How does this? Oh gosh. I think I'm making. Oh no. What is this? Oh, there we go. Oh, it comes even in a smaller wrapping. Do they always do that? It's been a while since I've had Pocky. Let me break some of this up. Some of these feel stuck together. Look at this. Share happiness. Wait, is that a snack package? Like this box? Or like this little bag? Nom nom. This is so good. The mint, though. The mint is good. Ooh. I will eat this all the time. It is. Hold on. Let me watch this Kraber play. And then I'll show you the box. Oh my gosh. Also, I recognize that this is from an older season because the Kraber was gold, not red. But I like that. That's an awesome shot. Yeah, so this box. This box is a Tokyo Treat box. There we go. No, that was a great shot, Opons. I can barely hit anybody with it. And up on a zip line, ridiculous. Has a lot, yeah, it has like 15-ish. It always comes, well, I have the premium box, which comes with a drink. And so I put the drink in the refrigerator because I like cold drinks. I'm a fan of the cold drinks. This month's drink is a Fujiya Nectar Peach. So we'll have that one of these days. But it has a bunch of different snacks. I like snacks. I think these will taste good. We've had a couple. This is our third box. Fourth box, technically, because we also had a Sakurako box, but I didn't really like it as much. But these mint chocolate Pockies, what? If you guys can find these, eat them. All of them in one go. Don't share them. Just take all, like, the bundle of them and just nom on it. The mint is so good. Silver Shadow, welcome. How are you? Ooh. Oh, so yeah, that box tried to get away from me as I was picking it up. This is so tasty. I just want to eat them all. I got to go to Japan a few years back. I really want to go again. One of these days, I'll be able to go, hopefully. But I loved it. I wanted to eat everything. Everything. But I got over there though, I got so sucked into like packaging and like this is how much of a design nerd I can be sometimes. I kept keeping I think I even still have wrappings and like not like trash wrappings, but like they would like wrap gifts or like if you bought something they would like wrap it in really nice like paper in a certain way or whatever. I like kept all of it. I have like a bag of all of my stuff from Japan. But their packaging is so much better and so much cooler and nicer and just everything they do is so good. I want to go back. I want to go to there. So we can keep talking while we play, by the way. Because we're playing a super chill game today. Like, incredibly chill. Like, more chill than probably any game we've played thus far. What? I don't even know what this... We're playing a game called Hidden Through Time. Yesterday, I was trying to figure out what game to play for today. And there was a couple of things on my mind. I was like, one, I want a game that we could just kind of pick up and play that isn't, too story heavy. Because we might only play this every once in a while. So I want it to be like a super heavy story game where then it's gonna be like, well, we played this once last week and then we play it again another week and people are gonna be like, what is this? Like, what's happening? Didn't want that. So, kind of a filler game, but one that I think we can just kind of chillax to. That's kind of, it's like a, it's basically that. It's basically Where's Waldo, or Wally, depending on where you're from. I think every level gives you like a few things you need to find, and you just go find them, and that's kind of it. Apparently, though, I've seen that there's like a map editor, and you can actually post them online, and you can download these online maps that some people have made. I've heard some of them are really good. Some people have like recreated levels from other games. Like I think somebody made some village from Dark Souls or something, but it's like still in this, I mean, it doesn't look exactly like it, but they like made the layout of the city or something. I don't know. I didn't know he had a regional name. Yeah, he does. Where's Wally? So I kind of thought this would be perfect because it's the end of the week. Did you know that Waldo is only the American name? Yeah, 100%. I think it's only here in America that is Waldo. I've heard Brits call him Wally. Us Aussies call him Wally. We got Waldo. Enable ambient sound. I just figured this would be a perfect game that we could... Ooh, Legends of Japan? More Zen, please. Neat. Why do we call him Waldo? Where does the name come from? Oh, interesting. I also didn't know... Interestingly, Japan to keep them going. America didn't want to be disrespectful, so we called him by his full name. Yes, it's that's what it is. We start with Japan, we end with Japan. I didn't realize it is kind of interesting that it's a British series of books. So it's interesting that when they ported it over, that when they brought it over, that it's Waldo here. Interesting. But it is officially Where's Wally first. I want to see where it says International Edition. Oh, well, actually, in other places, he is different. In Afrikaans, it's Willy. Well, there's lots of Wallies. Danish, Olger. Vali in Estonian. Valu in Finnish. Charlie in French. He's just Charlie. It's not even... They didn't even try that time. Effie in Hebrew. Guoli in Greek. In Japanese, he's Wari. Love it. Lots of Wallies. Swedish, though, apparently they have 3 different names for him. There's Waldo, Vale, and Hugo. So, they couldn't decide. Where do they talk about, like... Hold the door, Ulger. Where's Olgar? Waldo has a lot of cousins, it's true. Warudo, because Gio would always find him, that's true. Azure, if someone hasn't made a Where's Warudo meme, you need to now. You can thank me when you get all of your Reddit points. Zawarudo. That would be hilarious. Let's see. Why Waldo? That's what I want. Not where's Waldo. I want to know why Waldo. Oh, interesting. Okay. Hold on. Let me go to the Waldo Wiki. That's my problem. I was just on Wikipedia. Now we're at the Waldo Wiki. When Hanford first designed his leading man, he named him Wally, a shortened form of Walter or Wallace, but commonly used in Britain as a slang term for a somewhat spacey person. However, the American publishers of the books felt the name would not resonate with the North American readers, so when the book was finally published there in 1987, the character was renamed Waldo. Different name changes worldwide were made in other countries, such as Charlie for France and Walter for Germany. See the table below. It's kind of interesting how big of a series this is. I'm curious, in the Wikipedia, though, they mention the real-life Where's Wally phenomena. There's a Waldo wiki? There is. I need a Where's Waldo wiki. I'm sure there's, like, hidden lore, right? Like, what if there's actually a lot of stuff hidden throughout a lot of these? But what does this say? In 2009, 1,052 students, alumni, and members of the community at Rutgers University in New Jersey captured the Guinness World Record for the largest gathering of people dressed as Wally. The event raised money for local public schools. Ooh, in Ireland, there was an event where they had 3,800 people. And in Japan, one that had 4,600 people. There's a Where's Waldo 5K. On Saturday, September 12th of 2009, a recreation took place in downtown Chicago. The recreation featured all of the characters: Wally, Wenda, Wizard, Whitebeard, Oddlaw, and Wolf, hiding throughout downtown Chicago, and invited others to come and find them. That's exciting. That's kind of cool. Anyway, the more you learn, the more you know. We learn things every day. But let's see what the main story is. T-Rex attack. So it's basically, I mean, we're gonna be chatting. And like this. Wait, this was a hard turn off the freeway? Wait, what do you mean? A T-Rex attack? Okay. So we need to find a meat and a stick and an egg. Can I zoom in? Oh, the Waldo conversation, yes. Hold on. No zoom in? Oh, there is. Huh. Oh, and there's a stick. Done. Where is this, Oh. Oh. Can I, like, move things? Uh-oh. Clever girl. Oh, I was just clicking. See you later, Shadow. No, it's July 9th. It's only 2:30 here in the afternoon. You have found all the objectives. I want to go to the next level. Look at us. We are speed running this. We're gonna go on ranked and, like, just destroy everyone. You can find a mouse, a little axe guy, a little arrow, and oh, this thing? I don't know what this is. Oh, a knife. Oh, that's right. You can... Aha! Look at you! I found you. The art style's pretty cool. Kind of chill. We're going to be starting a new game next week, and that's why I didn't want to... Look at us. We are just destroying this game. Can I become a competitive Hidden Through Time gamer? This is the only game we play. Oh, okay. They're making it harder now. We have to find how many is this? 9 objects. Like this. Pro strats. Just open up all of the things. Somebody with a knife. It's one of you. Oh, wait, one. Oh, no, that's blue. I see you. We need to find one of these people. He has a little knifey in his hands. Not two. No, actually 2 knives. Thought it was just one. Oh, we're going to start a new game next week. And I didn't want to start it today because I feel like, you know, new weeks, you know, new games, right? To me, it feels weird to start a new game in the middle of the week, but maybe that's not true. Let's see, what did you post there? playing a game on stream, learning about the Waldo wiki. That accurate, actually accurate. Amazing. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. The other day, when we got raided during the Hat in Time stream, we started talking about Apex, and they were like, "Oh, sorry, didn't mean to derail your stream." I was like, "No, this is normal for us." I stopped to talk about things maybe too much. Oh, I see you. Where's this banana? Probably somewhere over here? No. Let's zoom in. What is this? A snail? Ah, I see you. You thought you could hide from me. But you can't. I am far too keen-eyed for this. Oh, there's the knife. Sigh. That was, we added that when we started playing. Pokemon Snap. Sadly, there seems to be no Psyducks. So that is... Oh, no. You're not our lizard. You're close, though. Which, that seems like a major oversight. How could you not have a Psyduck? Literally the best Pokemon, and the only one that matters. In all of the games. Oh, banana. Am I going to be a completionist in this game? Probably. Honestly. We are not moving on until we find everything. Why? Because we're going to be pro esports hidden through time players. Where is this little chameleon? Also, where's the skull? I think I've seen the skull, but I did not register it. Oh, in my brain. There it is. You know where there could be a Psyduck? Yes, Asher. I do. But I don't have the time! But thank you, though. I imagine this chameleon is somewhere in the woods. Come, chameleon. Where was that Team Rocket blasting off again? I need I need something like that. I was also trying to think of some... I was updating some things today. And I think I need some bit sounds. Some different bit sounds for different tiers. And I just don't know what to add. Because right now, anytime you do the bits, it's just like the normal bit sound. I think I'm going to change that. So, I was trying to think of things that would be, like, neat. At first, I was thinking of, like, oh, maybe I could do, like, money sounds from different games, like a Mario coin for, like, 50 and up, or, like, you know, stuff like that. But then I kind of was like, no, I don't think people would like that. It wouldn't matter to people. So I was thinking maybe it needs to be like funny things or something. That's not you. Where's this chameleon? It's definitely hiding. Do I need to like, what's this? Oh, no, I don't. What? No! No! Spoilers. Let's go back to the hub. Apparently that means next. I didn't realize that. I thought things were going to move or something. Yeah, what kind of nonsense is this? We're not skipping this. Wait. Yeah, this is the one we're on. Okay. Keeping my eyes peeled for said chameleon. Maybe it's like disguised as something. It is a chameleon, so. Do we like need to do stuff in order to get things to spawn? Or no? How does this work? How does this game work? Do you think it's going to be like a different color? When Kina? Kina. What is that? Oh, Bridge of Spirits. I remember. Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. I wanted to play it, though, on PS5, and I do not have a PS5. Sad. Oh, no! Opons. No! Yeah. Kena Bridge of Spirits. I remember seeing the trailer. It looks really good. I want to play it, but I want to wait till I have a PS5. That's kind of where I'm at with a lot of games, actually. There's like a lot of good stuff that I saw even at E3 that I was like, I want to play this game, but I won't play it until I can at least play it on a PS5. I even have like, you worked in it before Jedi? No way. That's awesome. I do want to play it. What did you do? I guess you can tell me like when we're playing it, and you can be like, I did this, I did that thing. And I'll be like, ooh. Nice, that's awesome. That's awesome. Ooh, is this? Okay, I guess you can't really pick things up. Where is this chameleon? It looks like a great game. Hilarious. It looks like a great game. I just don't know how much left is left in the games. I never saw the finished product. Dang. Well, that's cool. Yeah, there are a few games that I want to play, but like I said, I'm like I even have Ghosts of Tsushima, but I haven't played it at all. And part of it, I was like, I think this is gonna be a game that even, well, I know they're coming out with like a graphical enhanced version for the PS5, but I was like, even just having like the additional, processing bits. It'd be nice to play it on PS5, I think, right? I don't know. They've been working on that for 6 years. Over 6 years? Dang. That's so cool. He's jealous of the others, is what this says. Jealous of these guys? That was the team that did that love letter of Majora's Mask. Oh, no way. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I remember seeing, watching that. That's cool. That's neat. That'd be cool. I wonder if Nintendo would ever remake Majora's Mask or do something similar. Aside from just like a remaster. Nintendo said no. That seems about right. That seems fair. From Nintendo. About par for the course. So it's Majora's Mask. Wink. You don't consider the 3DS ones as that? I guess I didn't play the 3DS ones. I really only played Animal Crossing on my 3DS, and then a little bit of Fire Emblem something. But like I played maybe like an hour of Fire Emblem, and I was like, "This isn't Animal Crossing." And then I left to go hang out with Boomer. Okay, I don't know where this chameleon is. It's making me mad. Lol, good talk. He's jealous of the others? Is that a hint or no? Can't tell. Is he like hiding somewhere? Are you... Maybe he's hiding somewhere. Maybe that's the problem. I'm looking at all the obvious spots. But perhaps he's like shrouded in mystery, much like I am. Gotta spook him. Maybe we gotta just spook him out of the, This is my first time playing this type of game, so I don't know if there's, like, secret things that you're supposed to do. Well. Burnsy! How's it going? How are you doing today? We're playing a super chill game. Super chill. Though I cannot find this darned chameleon anywhere. He be hiding from me. Let's just go to the next one. Look, I know I said I was going to get all of them before moving, but I cannot find this chameleon. I just can't. I'm a bad gamer, everybody. I'm a bad gamer. I can't find this chameleon. No, I'm looking for a chameleon. This guy, the guy in the middle. He's jealous of the others. Burnsy! I got my Tokyo treat box today. I'm eating Choco Mint Pocky. I'm eating it for you. Why is the wolf dim? Oh, I don't know. He's right here, though. Oh. Oh, you can select them. Oh, he's jealous of the others. He's great at blending in with bushes. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. He was jealous of these who were eating. So, okay, that does help me. Yes, Burnsy, we miss you. That's what I thought. I went to the seaside today. Ooh, how was it? What was it like? Is it on a bush? Warm? Is it usually warm? Oh, it's him! How did I not see him before? I feel like it wasn't even a different color. I should have. Ooh, I went to the Sea Life Center as well. I love, we have a, there's a there's a town called Seward, Alaska here. And, they have the Seward Sea Life Center. I like it. It's nice. What was there? Do you see any creatures? At this Sea Life Center, they have, like, you can pay extra to get, like, animal experiences or excursions or something. That's not the right word. Anyway. You can meet an octopus. I want to do that. That's a little expensive. I want to, I want the octopus to hug me. That's all I want. With all of its arms. Is that too much to ask? So the water is a gray-green color. Oof. Beautiful. Okay, so what are we looking for? We look for a guy who looks sad, who's bald. Is it this guy? No. He's just wearing an orange triangle. This guy? There you go. There's a traitor among us. Oh, because he looks different. Does this look like a rock to you? That looks like a fruit of some kind. So we'll probably need to find a fruit. Oh. Boom. These rocks are my home. Don't touch them. Some kind of dinosaur amongst the rocks? Some kind of... So have you always been as brilliant as a diamond? Some kind of rocky thing. A banana. I prefer the train at home. Okay. This lady who has bones in her hair is wearing yellow. A dinosaur rock. An egg. And a bug. You saw an otter? I thought I oughter tell someone about it. Hey! I like that. That's awesome. Otters are cool. They have a rock. They like to keep rocks for themselves. Fun fact. Or wait, are you? See, I found them. Burn it all down. Was that for the joke? What was the fire for? That's hilarious. Just to warn you, I'm on mobile and the chat often breaks. Hey, no problem, Burnsy. Not a problem. I'm just glad to hear from you. Oh, that's right. Let's open these. Look at us. Why is Paul burning? Cause the joke was too strong. The joke it was too strong for us, as is common with Burnsy. Well, Burnsy, when do you get back home? I did like your joke too. It just the stream couldn't handle it. Banana. I see you. Don't hide from me. Burnsy, when do you get back home? / when can we play Apex again? We still have to continue. We only played one real game. Little Goddess, welcome in. Everyone from the Burnsies is coming over now. Oh yeah, what is the cat name? I guess you don't necessarily have to announce it here, but I am curious. For those who are just coming in, we're playing a super chill game to kind of end the week. We'll be back tomorrow with Phoenix Wright, but I just wanted a game where we could kind of just lounge and chat and just have a nice little Friday ending or Saturday morning start, depending on where you live. Oh, egg. I found the egg. These rocks are my home. Don't touch them. Oh, this guy. Let's see you. Did we not get this one? Dinosaur rock. Where's the dino rock? Not you, Nightbot. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. It's been a pretty good week. Just kind of lounging and got a bunch of things done. There's still, I feel like there's a lot that I need to do that I'm working on that I want to finish. I'm starting to animate some of my emotes so that when that feature ever comes to us lowly affiliates, I'll be ready. I've been thinking about the next emotes that we need because we'll have to, whenever we get access to follower emotes, I'll need to upload 5. And I don't want to be waiting, or I don't want to have to do all 5 on a single night, so I'm already starting to think about those. And so the cat's name has been decided. Uh-oh. Can you tell us now, or do we need to check your Discord? How do you want... How do we know? It's one someone recommended. Is it Jetty? Did you... Side note, I remember you came in and you were like, oh, we decided to name it Jetty. And I was like, what? And then you're like, no, I'm just kidding. And then I mentioned that to Azure on his stream, and he was like, yeah, L came in and said that they were going to name it Azu. I was like, why did they do this to us? Why did they get our hopes up? Is it Avocado? Because that's a great name for a cat. Great name for a cat. Okay, we're just missing 2 things. One, we're missing a bug. A little bug. That's gonna look like... It's gonna blend in with all the rocks, unfortunately. And then... Wait, what's that? Not a bug. And we're missing... Dino rock. Maybe it's in someone's house. What is this? Oh, the bug! Look at us. Okay. Dino rock. This music's really chill. That is not very chill. I feel like this dino rock would be literally the easiest thing to find. Surprisingly, the last thing. Dino rock, dino rock. Where is this dino rock? Well, hopefully we can play some Apex here, Burnsy. Maybe one of these days. Or something else. Let's see. You're here. We already found you. Where is this? Why is Nightbot keep saying hi? He just likes to respond when people say hey. He just likes to be involved in the conversation, that's all. He just needs some friends, and he just likes the company. Trying to make a good impression, you know. How is this one the one that I'm having trouble with? Let's go up the middle. Where are you? Once the stone is carved, it will reveal a beautiful piece of art. Oh! I'm a dummy. That's not you. Oh, it's right there. I didn't hit it enough times. No! Embers, welcome back. We are becoming Hidden Through Time Esports Legends. Came down to one that I want. Oh, it came down to one that I won, and won by someone, and here by the choice of the person I live with without knowing who said them. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see. We've got a little dinosaur. A chameleon. A snail. An egg. Grauk is running late for rehearsal. Someone else will have to fetch the mask. A lizard. Another guy. Is it this one? No, he's wearing brown. Looks like the intruder left a track. A guard-looking person. Comes with the axe included for free. Nice. A skull with an axe. Oh, there it is. This dinosaur. Winning ball. Some rocks. A flower. And a soup bowl. Okay. Easy. Give us a challenge. This is like a zoo. Oh, you? Opons! Going to my show and tell meeting. Nice. Awesome. Have fun. Enjoy. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, Burnsy, I'm curious to hear what it is. And Emmers, what did you have for dinner? Okay, I'm kind of looking out for... Let's look out for these guards. Or the people. Let's look out for the people. It's like a spear with like a little thing. One's wearing brown and it's a ponytail. No. They're both brown. It's not you. It's not you, right? It's close. I guess you have a weapon or something. Homemade chicken and broccoli Alfredo. Nom nom. Sounds delicious. I'll try and type it up and post it tonight or tomorrow. Nice. That's awesome. It's not you.
Oh, no, there.
Also. Ooh. Did you guys hear that voice? Should I be concerned? Yeah, it'd be 5 months. 5 months till Christmas. We're almost there. Me love Christmas. I hate that one of these items is just... Oh. I hate that one of these items is just, like, 2 rocks. Why do I have to find just 2 rocks? Oh, here's the flower, right? There you go. Look at us. We're just speed running through this. Just a regular old speed mun. Oh, there's the track. Look at us. We're not even trying to find these. We've been trying to find these 2 people. And we're already just doing so well. Where is... I feel like... No, it's not you. Oh, there are people here. Are you one of them? No. Oh, banana? We don't need to find the banana this time. None of these are the people we need to find, but is there anything in these buildings that we need? What is this? Joke's on you, it's a day less here since it's gone. Oh, that's true. I guess that's fair. I think that's my time. I think I said it to Alaska time. So it's true. It's actually less. War, Hong Kong. How are you? We're doing just we're playing a super chill game today. Super chill. I will tell you, next week we will be starting. Wait. No. This is just another rock that we need to find. Oh, one of the balls is here. What's this one? Aha. Next week we will be starting Mario vs. Rabbids. Oh. La, I find you. We're gonna be playing that game. I have played most of it before, but I never finished it. And so I feel like I want to go back now and actually finish it now that there's a sequel coming out. So we're gonna be playing that starting next week. I didn't want to start that today. So we'll be doing that. Ooh, fancy. Yeah, it should be fun. I really liked it. I don't know what it's gonna be like as a game to watch, but I guess you guys have to deal with it until I get enough feedback that everyone's like, this is just please stop. So so we'll be playing that for the next little bit. I might pick it up. It looks fun. It is. If you like XCOM, like turn-based strategy games, what's the actual genre of that type of game? I think it's like turn-based strategy. I don't know. If you like those types of games, I think it's pretty fun. And I actually hadn't liked too many of those games in the past, but the mechanics of this one were a bit simpler and like a little bit more fun, and I liked the characters and stuff. The Rabbids were kind of annoying a little bit, but I don't know. The actual gameplay I thought was pretty fun. An XCOM genre. Okay. What does XCOM stand for? Wait. Oh, it's you. Why have I not been able to see you? What do we got? We got... What do we have to find? Chameleon. I believe I can fly, is what it says. Are you in a tree somewhere? Or on a creature that can fly? Maybe you're on a pterodactyl. Isn't there one? Maybe there's not a pterodactyl. So perhaps... Oh, no, there is. Zoom in. Zoom in on the pterodactyls. Aha! Gotcha, you little chameleon. The result of an unexpected union. An egg. Oh. A turn-based combat sim? X-Ray Call of Military? I don't know. X... The thing is that I would believe anything you told me war. So it sounds right. Why aren't the rabbits all... When are the rabbits... When aren't the rabbits always annoying? Yes, that it was correct. I just can't read. You're kind of correct. This one is real. XCOM. Wait, am I missing? Science fiction, strategy video game. Does it say? Am I missing it? Xylophone can always Mambo 5. Yes, I recall that. Oh, extraterrestrial combat. You are correct. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I suppose the rabbits are kind of like extraterrestrial, so I suppose it still counts. Oh, the bowl. We found the bowl. So we need to find a rock, a lizard, and an egg. Where's the lizard? I prefer to live in the shadows. You're not in here somewhere, are you? Hold on. Ah, shadow. Got you. Where's this rock? Oh, now I understand why that little guy had a stomachache. Somewhere in this food? Is this you? Lol. Done. Look at us. Okay, so now we need to just find this eggy. But yeah, turn-based strategy, I think that's what it's probably classified as. Nobody calls it that. XCOM is a genre. Fight me! I will not. Or I won't fight you. I'm just gonna call it extraterrestrial combat from now on. Eggy. Where's this little eggy? Is it going to be in a nest? Oh, it's right there. Look at us! We are just speedrunning this. Mambo number 5 is a song in case... Yeah, I 100%. A little bit of Monica in my life. A little bit of Rita by my side. A little bit of Jessica, here I am. A little bit of you makes me your man. What? Remember Winamp? Remember how you could edit the metadata for each song? Cake was a genre. It's fitting. I loved Winamp. I loved having skins for my Winamp. I remember finding super cool ones. But I'm gonna get totally DMCA'd by the Mambo number 5 guy. Okay, what do we need to find? This dino. this person. It looks like they're not holding a weapon, but is wearing an orange loincloth. A hammer. A lizard. A hunting trap that just looks like rope. Stone dinosaur thing. Rose. Egg. Bow. Mask. Another statue thing. And then a berry? No, I think it's a ball. Okay. Start from this side. Dino. And DMCA. Supposedly that song was like on the top hit charts for like a billion years or something. Someday I want to hear of someone singing well enough for that to happen. Right. I have heard like, I mean, it's not the same thing, but like I did hear about an artist who was streaming on Twitch, who was playing their own music, like a somewhat famous artist, and then them getting like DMCA'd or whatever. I forget what it is. And apparently people who were streaming the the Game Awards last year or whatever that was, I remember they had to like, all of a sudden Metallica started playing and everyone started like freaking out because they're like, I gotta mute my stream. Because Metallica is like the most proactive in like shutting people down when it comes to their music. And I think that was hilarious that they were like, yeah, let's get them on a live streamed. Oh, didn't Twitch's own live stream mute itself or something like that? Something crazy? We'll make this stream background music in my room right now. Nice! Well, I hope you enjoyed the nice background music. Oh, hey, there's this guy. I hope my voice is soothing for you, so it's great background. That's not you, right? Okay. Mess with the bull, you get the horns. Orange. I think someone was singing and someone else was humming the tune and it DMCA'd. Hilarious. Well, and I get a DMCA strike because of Mambo number 5. Don't forget me. Oh, I can open these things. Boop. Anything in here that's important? This is very relaxing music. Ooh, there's the hammer. So let me find loincloth guy. Zoom out. Enhance. Zoom and enhance. Where is this guy?
Oh,
Needs to be somebody with a ponytail. Oh, is it you? Yeah, there we go. That makes sense. He likes high and warm places. Warm. No, nothing's on fire. So that's not it. I mean, nothing that shouldn't be on fire. Oh. Got you. Animal Trap is in the north. I always find it interesting what songs make it worldwide and what songs don't make it out of the UK but are still super popular. Yeah, that is actually kind of interesting. And also what songs, like, remain popular in certain areas. Okay, this trap is somewhere in the north. Sometimes I find it interesting when it's like, oh yeah, this song was on the, like, British Billboard charts for, like, a decade. When it's like a song that wasn't, maybe was popular for a bit, but then just kind of, like, died off. Okay, maybe this is, like, fall on the right. And, like, kind of summerish here. So maybe this is where it's warm. The lizard might be on a tree somewhere up here somewhere. We can also look for the... Oh! The mask. I don't like that the mask makes like a whispering noise when you select it. That seems... not great. What are we missing? Fruit? It's like a ball or something. A bow, an egg, the hunting trap, and the lizard. Well, Ding Dong the Witch's Dead made it to the charts the other year. Wait, really? Just the other year? Why? Was there like a cultural significance of why it came back? Witch, old witch. The Wicked Witch. That song? Like from The Wizard of Oz? Where's this lizard? Look at high... What is it? He likes high and warm places. Oh, wow, interesting. That's interesting. It is kind of interesting to see how that all happens. What's this? Oh! Well, well, well. That's not what we need to do. Is there something going to be hiding in one of those? Maybe that's where one of the traps are? Boom, 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 boom. Little Goddess going to bed, Jet. Have a lovely rest of your stream. Little Goddess, thanks for coming in and hanging out with us for a beat. I hope you have a good one. Hopefully we were able to lull you into a good slumber. What is this? The animals in the north are too big for this hunting trap. Do you think that means like one is caught in the trap or is like stepping on it? Or is it just by itself? The animals in the north. Egg, bow, little fruit. Where's the little fruit? This is why he came back hurt from the ball game. You got a few Pokemon Pops the other day. What did you get? Oh, no. Which ones? Saw them and thought they were cute. Which ones? Psyduck? Sorry. Tomorrow, and again, like I mentioned, tomorrow we'll be back with some Phoenix Wright. We'll be finished. Well, not finishing, probably. We'll be continuing the last case, but Monday, Mario vs. Rabbids. Bow, egg, trap, lizard. We could progress to the next one, but that's not what we do here. Got a small Charmander, then the Jumbo Charmander and Squirtle. That's awesome. Show them off on your stream, please. Or in your Discord. I want to see them. I think the workers are picking those berries fast enough. Get to work. They seem to be angrily just picking these berries. That one there seems to be... Oh, aren't. That's true. That one there seems to be dancing. This one... Well, actually, they both kind of are. This one also is, 100%. Maybe they're all dancing. Now looking at it. This chill game. It's working on me. I also found the last of the Marvel Zombies I needed for the set I have. Ooh, that's awesome. Oh, War, where is this Hawkeye comic talk? Is there a comic channel in Tanks that I'm not seeing? It might be. It might be hidden. Wait, did you? Is it in yours? Where is this channel? Because I love Hawkeye. I have like all of the comics in both individual issues and their trade paperbacks. In Game Debate. Oh, okay. I need to check it there. When you guys were talking about it, I was looking at I was looking through Tanks and I was like, is there a comic channel that I'm missing? Oh, look at that. We can light that fire. Can we light all of them? Boop. 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 Okay. I feel like the bow would be somewhere in here. Or the egg, I guess. But I do not see neither. What does the egg say? Not even born yet and already ganged up on by the blue bullies. Ah, there you are. Gimme. What does the bow say? The Southern Hunter went missing. Last seen going for the Green Giants. Imagine if we read these instead of just trying to guess. Green Giants? Are these considered Green Giants? The Southern Hunter went missing. Last seen going for the Green Giants. I assume it's those. Probably. Unless it means the trees. But I doubt that. Where is Zabo? There's some arrows around this area. This seems like the type of game that would be great to play, like, right before falling asleep, sort of. It just kind of slows everything down. At least for me. And I'm like, I must find Bo. If it is the last thing I do. Oh no! War! Don't be cranky! Oh, there's the bow. It's hiding. Okay, what is this? This is why he came back hurt from the ball game. Who got hurt? Okay. Is there... Maybe this is... Have you read Hawkeye before? I think you just sent me something. Oh, lol. Oh, lol. Lol, 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 lol. Okay, yeah. I see that now. I just somehow just completely missed that. I love it. I think it's good. It's one of my favorites. Even the first couple of issues, I think I was like, I really hope. When I read the comic book, I remember thinking, I hope they make a movie for Hawkeye that's kind of based off of this, because I like how it's just very grounded and very down to earth. And, like, I like that a lot, because you don't generally see that. There was also a Black Widow comic book that came out around this time that has beautiful artwork. The artist is Phil Noto. Or Noto? Noto? I don't know. Phil. You know Phil. And the artwork is beautiful. But it's also like, though hers isn't as maybe grounded because she still does like a bunch of spy stuff, there are moments where it's just kind of like her alone in her apartment, just kind of like thinking or interacting with stuff. And it's just like, oh, that's kind of neat. I like those. Oh. I love those moments. It's kind of like how I really like the X-Men comics. And I think one of the things that I'm convinced there will never be a good X-Men movie until we get... Oh, look, there he is. Until we get an X-Men movie that has a baseball sequence. Because that happens so much in the comics where they're like, sure, yes, Magneto, he's like killing everybody, but you know what these students need right now? They need like at least a couple of pages of a baseball. Like they're all playing baseball for some reason. Hold on. The timeline is a little too close, but it would be one hell of a coincidence if some of comic Hawkeye wasn't in Age of Ultron. I could see that. I could definitely see that. I feel like the moment that he has with Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver right before like the big fight, or right in the middle of the big fight, where he's kind of like, you have to decide right now whether you're going to be like a good guy or a bad guy, basically. I feel like that was some of it. You kind of see a little bit of that. But they just haven't done much with his character. And that's why I love Hawkeye, and so that's why I'm really excited for his the Disney Plus series, because I'm like, I want to. There's more to this character that we're not seeing. And no spoilies. You know how I like no spoilies. There are some really cool issues that come later on in this series that I'm like, it's just brilliant ideas and just like really cool stuff, even in how they tell the story. So I'm thinking, oh yeah, wait. Sorry, the Wi-Fi signal in my room is appalling. Makes me think of Samurai Champloo. Wait, what makes you think of Samurai Champloo? I may have missed that. I do love Samurai Champloo. I love to listen to the intro theme every once in a while, just for funsies. I'm thinking specifically of the scene where Quicksilver saves Hawkeye, and as he's walking away, Clint is all aiming his arrow at him. Nobody would ever know. Yeah, totally. Did you see the What If trailer? I did. I like it. I'm very interested just to see what they do. I think it'll be a nice little break from everything, because I don't think the What If series are going to have any kind of like. It'll be the one of the few Disney Plus Marvel series that don't have any, impact on the MCU at all. But it would be cool to watch them and just see. So I don't know. I'm excited. No, it's because he's just a guy. It's like he's, like he says in number 1, he doesn't have armor or magic or anything special. Yeah, I love how, in the first episode or in the first issue at the very beginning when he like gets hurt, I think he was falling off of a building, something like that, and Wolverine and like the Hulk, Wolverine and somebody else is like poking fun at him like, lol, we'll see you in a month, like when you take time to recover, and he's just kind of like, yeah. Like, he's so good at what he does, but he also, I mean, yeah, he's just a guy and he gets hurt and has to heal up, and you know. But he's like, I don't know. He's just, the way they write his character in that is my favorite. I have on my refrigerator, I printed out parts of that comic. And I think one of the main ones that I have that you've gotten to, at least I know, is I think in the first issue when, oh wait, is it the first issue? Maybe I won't say anything. I think it is the first issue, but it's when he's talking about he's drinking out of a coffee pot, and he's like, well, when you say it like that, it makes me sound crazy. He's just so funny. Aprico, welcome in. How are you? Oh, the baseball sequence. Yes, you are right. Yes, Azure. That makes sense. He the X-Men comic book series, they would just always do like random things like that, where it's just like, okay, yeah, there's this big evil, or like, you know, Magneto, or they're being attacked by Sentinels, or you know, there's this like world-ending threat, and then they're like, but first we must do our daily baseball game, and we just have not had that, and I think that is why the X-Men movies have been so bad. Fight me. It ruined my hopes of Marvel Zombies film or series. You never know. I'm sure they'll take a lot of, you know, feedback from these shows and then see what happens. I'm curious if they would ever do a movie of it, because it's like, I don't know. I feel like some kids would be like, Captain America was a zombie. He ate everybody. I don't know. They might just be a little startled by that. I don't know. Okay. This looks bad. Okay, yeah. That's the one where Kate is like, so you're saying there's a group... so you're saying that carnival people are leaving symbols around town, that something bad is coming or will be coming soon. It's like, all right, well, when you say it like that, it sounds crazy. Oh, there it is. Look at us. We beat it. It's just so well written, and then I love the art style. Like, it's very simplistic, it's very minimalistic. The colors are kind of muted, but then they use a lot of like cool minimalist styles sometimes, where there's just like a lot of silhouettes, and I don't know. It just is like, when I saw the art, I was like, this is brilliant. So I'm all for that comic series. Love it. I thought Doom was more of a Fantastic Four. Doom is Fantastic Four. I remember hearing that and I don't think this is happening anymore, but Noah Hawley, he did Legion, the series based on an X-Men character, like a TV show based off an X-Men character. He also did the Fargo, or does Fargo, the TV series, both of which highly recommend. They're both really well directed. He seems to be pretty talented. He was in the running to make a Doctor Doom movie, which I thought was interesting. I don't think he's probably in the running for that anymore now that Fox sold their rights. So his Doctor Doom film was canceled, but he says that he would still do a Doctor Doom film if asked. But anyway, I mean, with the multiverse being added to the MCU and films like Deadpool being M-rated doing so well, yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. So you never know. They could still do like, maybe like Marvel Zombies or something. I think that'd be a great little spin-off. Small market. Look at us. Back to a screen that isn't like crazy zoomed out. Yeah, David Aja? I don't know. David, yes. Brilliant. Love it. One of my other favorite artists is a guy named Phil Noto. I mentioned him just a second ago, but I recommend, if you haven't read the Black Widow series, it's from around the same time that Hawkeye came out. Like, this guy's art style is just dreamy. Phil Noto, Black Widow. Let me show you, or I'll link in the chat. A cool panel. Yeah. Let's see if I can. Can I just say I hate Pinterest? Just with a passion. I am against Pinterest as a concept. And as an execution. Look, just show me. Hold on. Search Google for image. There we go. This will be better. What? Black? Oh, how am I going to find this? 2014-01? What is the name of this one? Hold on. Is it this? No, it's not this. Where am I? Right now. I'm on the weirdest website right now, everybody. And I'm scared. Hold on. Ah, I found it. This is okay. This is I think this is the ending of the first issue of the Black Widow comic by Phil Noto, and I can't remember who wrote it. But the artwork is like this, and it's just like, it's this really neat, like, I don't even know how you describe it, but it's kind of like soft, like, I don't know. It's just neat. And some of the characters are very expressive and just like, it's just this neat style. I highly recommend it. I guess it was a comic that came out around 2014. Let's see. I really like the Marvel Zombies line. It was pretty good. I I could see a Halloween release for it once there's more multiverse stuff. You never know, with more multiverse stuff coming, it could be that it makes sense. Would love to see the Deadpool Killology series made into something. I could actually see that happening. I could see them do like a Deadpool kills the MCU or something. I could actually see them doing that. They might have some fun with that. Yeah, it's beautiful artwork. I recommend that as maybe one of your next reads, and I'll read that along with you guys. Because it'd be good. There's the feather. Oh, there you go. Need a book. Oh yeah, I will, and I'll join you guys for Hawkeye also. What issue are you guys on? I feel like. Oh, Burnsy, did you pick out a new instrument to learn? / is it going to be the Aztec death whistle, or no? Or is that not an option? Need the little like flute. 3? Okay. I'll read that. I have them on in paper copies. Oh, there it is. Done. It's great. I love it. Once there's a dedicated "this is in a different universe" film, I think it's only a matter of time. I mean, we might be seeing that sooner rather than later. I still need to post the poll as well. Look at you actually owning a thing and not just a licensed thing. It's true. Well, I kind of am a sucker for, like, I would go to my comic book shop and I would end up looking at all of the, and I know some comic book purists would be like, you are, what's wrong with comic books, probably. But I would go through and I would look at the covers, and I mean, literally judging a book by its cover. I would go through and be like, ooh, the art style for this is so good. I'm curious on this book now. And I'd pick it up and start reading. So I have a lot of like random indie comics too that I've picked up just because like the art style was cool, but I ended up picking up Hawkeye and Black Widow for those reasons. I feel like I wasn't even really a Hawkeye fan until after I read the series, and I was like, oh, this is actually really good, and this is a very well written character, and I like this. Before, he was kind of this like character that I didn't really think much about at all. It's kind of just like oh, okay, he's good. I mean, I know he'd been in a lot of stuff, and people would probably disagree with me, but there have been plenty of issues where he has more of like a personality, or there's some that stand out more. But to me, he just never really stood out. And then when I read that, I was like, oh, I get it now. He's actually just dope. He's just a very good character. And now, like, even in the Avengers movies, I feel like he's, like, my favorite Avenger, too. And I'm just like, there's so much potential! You have so much potential! Why? I had at least one entire class dedicated to judging a book by its cover. That's absolutely a thing. Not the whole semester class, but a class session. That'd be pretty cool, actually. My internet is so bad, so I think I'll just go to bed. Have a good night, everyone. Burnsy! Oh, no! All right, well, we'll see you later. We'll hear from you about your cat. And hopefully see you, I think you said Monday. That'd be awesome. Or maybe we'll see you tomorrow for a Jet Lounge. Who knows? But I hope you have a good one. And I'll see you next time. We're looking for a paddle. We're looking for a paddle, a blanket, or a towel, a crab, and a shield. Oh no, I dropped my shield in the water. Okay, so that's... We'll figure that out. Yeah. Runner, welcome in. What was I gonna say? Yeah, Hawkeye is great though. Love me some Hawkeye. There are some really... The writing in this was really funny. Made him like to be a really grounded character, I thought, and I think that's what I like. I think that's kind of why I liked X-Men characters too, is I felt like a lot of them, despite how unrelatable some of them are, like you see them in moments where they're like, well, let's go to the mall, or let's go just play baseball, or, you know, we want to live normal lives, but we're also saving the world. And I just thought, oh, that's so cool. I like characters that seem to have some groundedness to them. And I think that's why I'm really liking the Disney Plus shows a lot, because I feel like there's I was talking about this with a friend, how like you can actually get to know some of these characters now because they're like actually just focused on a handful of them, really. Going to have to look while I pick up some dinner. Nice. Hoke guy? Who dis? Hawkeye? From Marvel? From the Marvel movies and comic books? Oh, there's the ore. Oh, and there's a floaty. Is the floaty in the water? Or is it... No, it does not seem to... Oh, there it is. I also sell pillows inside. Inside? Oh. Ah. Look at us. I should check my crab traps. Ah, there you are. I was wondering where that crab was. I figured that should have been easy to spot. Yeah, pretty nice seeing Loki's existential panic in almost every episode. It's so true. That is a very good point. Yeah, I'll say I didn't really like Loki very much in most of the movies. I just kind of was like... I mean, like, Tom Hiddleston does a great job, but I was kind of like, I don't know. I don't really care for him. But I've loved these episodes, and, like, I feel like his character has been much more fleshed out, and even seeing, like, multiversal Lokis, I don't know. It's just interesting. That's what I love about comics. Okay, what do we got? Oh, this one. Okay, he's so because he's so flat, and that's what he's realizing. And yes, Tom Hiddleston is doing it perfectly. Yeah, I think I will say I have, I have a couple of criticisms with the show, which is mostly, I think the action sequences are not good. I feel like they are kind of boring sometimes. Or like they just look weirdly edited or something. I don't know. Not a big fan of the actual action sequences. Plus, this is me ranting for a second. I feel like they're so plain in comparison to like, I thought the last episode, which I won't go into specifics in case someone hasn't watched it. I feel like the last episode, the fight at the end is more kind of what I'm hoping to see. But like, he's the god of mischief and trickery and stuff. Like, I feel like the fight scenes should be a little bit more interesting, or like him still thinking in that manner. But whenever they give him a fight scene, it's kind of just like, here's a dagger, and you're gonna just fight like you're fighting with a dagger, I guess. Where I'm like, he should be doing cool stuff. Give him cool stuff to do. I don't know. Make his fighting style a little bit different. Like, that maybe, he's thinking on his toes, kind of. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. not on his toes, but more like, you know, he's being extra tricksy. He's being a tricksy hobbit. But otherwise, the aesthetics of it, I love it. I kind of like it in the same way that I liked Control. Like, I know the TVA and Control's like style is different, but I love that it seems so fleshed out like that, where it's just like, yeah, this is normal. This is, you know, this is just what the this is what the TVA looks like. We've all dealt with it, you know, for forever. It just makes sense. One guy redacted the entire city of, and here's a dagger. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just kind of like, and he just kind of like, you know, fights like you would with a dagger, I guess. And I hope, I don't know. My thought is like, yeah, but he's like the god of mischief and likes tricking people, and you would think he would think of neat ways, but maybe that's also like, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's sort of the like, maybe he'll change. Maybe he'll grow after this. Who knows? But I don't know. Anyway, just neat. It's very good at storytelling. I personally like, maybe we missed something. Yeah. I think my favorite thus far of the Disney Plus shows has been WandaVision. I loved it. I thought, and maybe it's also because like I, growing up, watched a lot of like old like sitcom TV shows like I Love Lucy and that type of stuff, and so and like the Dick Van Dyke Show and what else, like that kind of stuff. And so maybe part of me was like, oh, I recognize what they're kind of doing here, so I really like that. And plus, I mean, I thought Scarlet Witch did, or Elizabeth Olsen did just such a great job. And Scarlet Witch is a character that, kind of talking about Hawkeye in comics and stuff, that's been a character that I've been like, man, I really hope they do something with her, because in the comics I feel like they explore so much with her, and she hasn't really addressed a lot of stuff. Like, I remember thinking in Age of Ultron when Quicksilver died, I was like, oh man, that's going to be really interesting. Like, they're going to address this because it's her twin that died, and that's going to be a big thing. And then they just never talk about it ever again. And I figured she was probably sad about it, but like, she lost her twin. You would think it would come up a little bit more often. And so after a while, I was like, come on, like, like in the comics, Scarlet Witch is not very stable for the most part. And I was just waiting. I've just been waiting for like okay, well, when is this going to happen? Like, at some point they need to address the fact that she is like not doing too well. And I'm glad they finally did. So I think maybe that's why I also enjoyed WandaVision, is because I was like, I've been anticipating okay, where is she? Needs to be a little bit more in the forefront. She needs to be more powerful, and I want to see her kind of losing it a little bit. I might be alone with how much I like Falcon Winter Soldier. Like, I know it was just a vehicle to get Sam to be the new Cap, but still, I really liked the Falcon and Bucky show. I thought that was great. I liked Falcon becoming Cap was done really well. I loved seeing the Winter Soldier growing and kind of like addressing and like seeking forgiveness and all that sort of stuff. It was just really neat. Like, that aspect of it was, I thought, very well done, because those are characters that don't typically get a lot of like screen time in the movies. So no, I'm with you there. I thought it was great. It's almost like they were afraid to go too far because Sony still owned like every mutant. Yeah, that's true. I also just really like both Mackie and Stan. Yeah, they're great. I'm a big Stan. Big Stan. They're great. But no, for sure. I think it's just like, I don't know. I really hope at some point we see I mean, I don't know how long they expect to do this. I don't know how long the actors are like signed on in contract, but I hope they eventually do House of M, because Scarlet Witch is plays such a big role in that, and it's such a pivotal moment in the comics. I feel like it'd be such a long time before we get to there, but there are some great X-Men comic moments that come out of that, and I think it would be neat to see, but it's going to be probably like way down the road. Did you say Stan's fan? Zawarudo? I said I'm a big Stan, like Sebastian Stan, who plays Winter Soldier. What was I gonna say? I just think he does a great job. But I particularly like what they did with them in the Falcon and Bucky show. Is this you? Yeah. No, not you. Okay. He just played it so well, and it's a character that I think has needed some. I mean, I guess to be fair, it's like there are so many. Oh, lol! I didn't see that, but that's amazing. There's a Mummy is with all the like rugs and stuff. That's a character that like needed to be addressed and like kind of focused on for a second, because he's been through a lot as well, but they just haven't done anything with him, because it's like if he's there, Cap's there, and Cap kind of like is at the forefront of every story just about. So he was kind of overshadowed a little bit. Oh, there you are. Okay, we're only missing 2 things. Who put this up there? Ah. And oh, that wasn't even the right thing. I was lol. It's a look at us. But no, I'm loving the shows, and I think the Marvel Plus series is going to be interesting. I know they're making, so Hawkeye is coming out next. Well, after What If. I think it's going to be like fall to winter this year is when Hawkeye comes out. They're making a She-Hulk show, and that'll be interesting. I'm curious to see how they do that, what they do with it. I know, what's his name? The guy who plays Bruce Banner is going to be in it. And supposedly, interestingly, Lou Ferrigno? No. Mark Ruffalo. There we go. And what was I going to say? There's a Moon Knight show coming. That'll be crazy, I think. Ferrigno, Ruffalo, same difference. You're right. So, okay, wait. There's a She-Hulk show, a Moon Knight show. Moon Knight is a lunatic. Yeah, that's one that I'm like, that's going to be lit. I am very curious how they're going to do all of that, because that seems crazy. Moon Knight is like, I feel like I sometimes even have a hard time following everything with Moon Knight, So I'm just like, what is happening? I don't really understand you, I guess. Oh, look, cat. Yeah, 100%. It's actually going to be, what's his name? Oscar? Is that his name? What's his name? He was in, Oscar Isaac. Yes. Yes, he's Moon Knight. He's a good actor. I like him. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good actor. I feel like that'll be pretty good. What else did they announce recently that I was like, oh, that should be... Oh, I was going to say that in She-Hulk, they have mentioned that She-Hulk will have, they described it as fourth wall breaking. And I am curious if it's going to be like, what is that? It's a mouse. If it's going to be like her talking to the camera, a la like an Office sitcom or something like that. I've derailed your Waldo stream. No, the whole purpose of this was to have a chill game where we could chat while I basically just do something. So that we could have like a game where we still play stuff, but we can just kind of like, you know, lounge. So this is perfect. No, this is exactly what I wanted. You fell right into my plans, Lore. Little did you know. Little did you know. Yeah, so I think I recently read there would be fourth wall breaking. And I'm curious how a flower of incredible beauty, but hard to pick without a brick. It's on a cactus. I'm curious what they mean by that, because some people are like, it's going to be like a Deadpool thing where maybe she's talking to the camera all the time, and I don't know if that's what I'm imagining. I think I could see them doing like it's going to be like Boyd, welcome in. How are you? I feel like it's going to be like maybe a interview style thing where maybe she talks to the camera. We don't really know the type of show it's going to be though. So it could be something humorous. What's her name? Who's playing She-Hulk? She was in Orphan Black. She was Orphan Black. Tatiana Maslany. She's also pretty funny, and I could see her I could see her doing like maybe a comedic version of She-Hulk or something. If that's the case, maybe I could see them doing like an Office style sitcom thing of that. But Tim Roth was Abomination, yeah. Interestingly, if you watch Shang-Chi, he's in the trailer of Shang-Chi. So like it seems like he's back, which is kind of interesting. Interesting happenstance. In the Shang-Chi trailer, that's hard for me to say. People are like, there's a scene where it looks like, gosh, now I can't remember his name. He is in Doctor Strange. I can't remember his Wong. Wong is in a fighting ring, and he's fighting Abomination, and people are online were like, it looks like Wong is fighting Abomination. And I think Kevin Feige was like, it looks like that because it is. And you're like, oh, neat, okay. I really like Simu Liu. I don't know how to say his name. And Kim's Convenience, very funny. I bet he nails Shang-Chi. I think so. He seems great. I never watched Kim's Convenience, but I've seen him in like random interviews, and he seems great. Oh, there's this. I like how I don't find anything for a really long time. I look around, and then I'll just look over. I'll talk about something for a while. I'll look over, and I'll be like, oh, there's that thing I'm missing. Oh, like this. Nice. Were you there when I said I was eating spicy Doritos earlier? I don't know. I may have missed that. Yeah, Wong is fighting Abomination in that, like, ring or whatever in the trailer. Not, oof. Oof. But you're probably, that is probably a good, question. Oh. What does this say? Where's this? His mom lost him in the garden, poor thing. And then where's this alligator? He is guarding the garden. Great. Where's the garden? Up here somewhere? This looks like a place a alligator would hide. Alligator. Oh, there's the alligator. Gotcha. And now a brown blade. Yeah, Shang-Chi looks interesting too. I'm really curious. Like, it looks like they're bringing a ton of, like, the mythological type elements into the MCU as well. They're really doing a lot this phase, I guess, if you include the Disney Plus series as being a part of this phase. Like, just seems like... Okay, there's the mama. So this is a little animated Where's Waldo thing. Yeah. Or Where's Wally? Yeah. So yeah, we're just playing a really chill game today. That's kind of the plan. And it's basically like Where's Waldo. They give you a few things to find per map. You can actually make your own and upload them online and have people, oh, there's a bird. And you can like make your own and stuff, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I wanted a chill game to play today. This is what won. I thought they were more or less scrapping everything from Edward Norton's Hulk and just kind of retconning stuff. I had no idea until 3 minutes ago that Tim Roth was back. I love pretty much everything he does. Yeah, I think a lot of people were really surprised because the Shang-Chi trailer is the first time we have even seen or heard... No. Well, actually, it's really the first time we've seen Abomination since. In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson mentions Abomination, like that he went to the raft or something. But that's the only other time Abomination is mentioned since then. And then now he's also going to be in the She-Hulk show. So it's like, yeah, it does seem like they're bringing some stuff back, which is interesting. Because otherwise, yeah, the Hulk movie is kind of regarded to be not related. I mean, I guess it is. I've been on Tank Mechanic Simulator. I have OCD and I really like tanks. So it's fantastic. Amazing. I don't think I've ever heard of that. But I could see that would be kind of fun to do. Oh, it's not something we can open. Let's open up all the buildings. Let's do that right now. Yeah, I'm really curious, but they've been kind of like really nailing these shows. So I don't know. I'm kind of like, as long as they get the right directors and the right like actors in place, it seems like, you know. Oh, we can open this. Seems like they're doing. Seems like they're doing pretty well. Tatiana Maslany is a phenomenal actress, so I'm fully confident in her ability. It'll be interesting to see, because she's not a very like physically imposing person, I don't think, and so it'll be interesting to see what they do there, because she's like, I mean, She-Hulk is She-Hulk, I guess. I don't know. You have to go out with a metal detector, find and dig up the wreck, disassemble, clean, fix, and paint. Wow, that actually sounds really cool. Sounds very involved. Let's see, what do we have? Oh, we need to find this person. I am the victim of a sting operation. Where were those? Oh, it's this one. This spot is forbidden. Well, catch me if you can. Forbidden. She's an attorney or a lawyer, and is She-Hulk isn't she always in her Hulk form? Right? She-Hulk. Yeah, she is. She's always in Hulk form. And she's not as, like, huge as the Hulk, but she's always just depicted as being incredibly ripped. But is, like, an attorney or a lawyer. She's a talented lawyer and is the cousin of Bruce Banner. And so, I don't know, I'm curious. It would be interesting if... I wonder if what they're going to do with, like, the Netflix Daredevil series and stuff. Because I believe, if I've heard correctly, we will be seeing Daredevil in a movie soon. And if that's the case, he'd be a great person to show up in She-Hulk also, because attorney, you know. What are her... does she have just, like, general Hulk powers? What is it? Physical transformation. Jennifer Walters is able to alter her physical form into a female version of the Hulk. Oh, so maybe as She-Hulk, her skin, hair, and eyes all turn green. Oh, maybe she's not always the Hulk. Unlike her cousin, Bruce Banner, Jennifer retains her full intelligence and personality in her She-Hulk form. Super strength, superhuman leaping, super speed, superhuman durability, regenerative healing factor, gamma shockwave. Apparently resurrective immortality. I don't think that's in the movies, right? As with the Hulk and other gamma-empowered beings, She-Hulk is immortal and cannot permanently die. That's probably more of a comic thing. Right? Yeah, I hope they don't scrap all the Defender stuff. It was all... Yeah, 100%. I think, for sure, it seems like we are seeing Daredevil soon, in one of the movies. And I hope they bring back some of the others as well. What is the Island Tour List? Island Tour List is for Animal Crossing. It's for people who want me to come visit their island in game. We'll usually, if we're playing Animal Crossing, we might have some downtime, and then I'll just pop on over there. And people can kind of show off the island and tell us about what they did, all that sort of stuff. And then Get Cozy is where you get it, and then for the rest of the stream, I'll wear a onesie. And there's a list of onesies when you select Get Cozy that you can just tell me which one to wear. I have I have a fox, I have a Spider-Man onesie, I have a Teemo Beemo onesie. I have a Psyduck. I think that's it. But Get Cozy is just kind of, yeah, it's just that. We get cozy. For the rest of the stream, I will wear that onesie. So let's see. I hope these big green baddies are vegetarians. If you want the freshest cocktail, you have to be close to the source. You need a Sweaties brand TMG onesie? Does that exist? Does Tank have a onesie? Close to the source. Seem like a soon? Amazing. He will. Oh. Done. This spot is forbidden. Well, catch me if you can. I wish the music would change every once in a while, but anyway, yeah, I hope they keep the Netflix Marvel shows kind of alive. What's his name? Who plays Daredevil? Charlie Cox? He was fantastic, as well as Kingpin. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about the Punisher. He was great. I really like that actor. Oh, is this you? It is. Okay. Oh, that's why it's forbidden. Everyone's like, get out of there. I hope these big green baddies are vegetarians. John Bernthal. Yeah. He's great. He's a good actor. But who did Kingpin? What's his name? He was also in Jurassic Park and where are these crocodiles? Kingpin. Vincent D'Onofrio. Just wonderful. He did such a great job as Kingpin. I want more. Give me more. Man, Marvel is going to be they're already making a killing, but like if they just can continue this, like if they can continue this, it's just going to be insane because the amount of options they have at their fingertips is just insane. Because there are so many different types of heroes and like characters that they can use, and I don't know, it's just insane. Got everything open. There's this boat. Where's this coffin? That should be easy to find. D'Onofrio crushes like every role he's in. Yeah, he did such a fantastic job. I also really liked, oh man, what's her name? She played Karen Page in Daredevil. I was really sad to hear that apparently she hasn't really gotten like any roles since then. She's been doing a lot of D&D stuff. She plays D&D and DMs. She even did a little bit of D&D for Charlie Cox once. It's online somewhere. And that was pretty fun to watch. He had never played. But it's just neat. It's just neat. I'm not enjoying the Loki series much, but I'm predisposed to hating time travel. That's fair. I feel like, though, this time travel is pretty, like, innocuous. Because it's not really, like, they're not super going back in time to, like, change things, really. It's like they are technically time traveling. They're going to places, but they usually don't do anything there. But, I don't know. I love, like, I mentioned before, I wasn't a huge Loki fan, before this, but I really like what they're doing with the show, and, I like some of the character development stuff that they've been doing. Is there a bottle here? No. Is there a duck here? No. Let me read these things. A wild fruit only found in oases. Ah, look at this. Okay, okay. We see you now. Didn't know this whole thing was here. Where is this banana? There's a scorpion up there. Where's the banana? Oh, there's this thing. Also, this is a really sad oasis. Where's the banana? You don't have it. Banana? Wild fruit only found in an oasis. Is there more than one oasis? Is that where maybe... Sake of time travel being used to write themselves out of a corner or to drag out a franchise. I don't know if that's what they're doing here. The time travel has, I feel like in this one, because I agree, I feel like time travel can be a really not great plot device because it's kind of like you can just sort of do whatever you want. But so far, nothing from the main timeline has changed, and it's been sort of like, it's almost like they're just using time as like in a location and not so much as like a I don't know, like I guess because the whole point of the TVA is to stop those things from happening. So it seems. And so, I don't know. It just kind of seems like... Oh, there's a banana. Give me... Oh, okay. Could you... I mean, look at that. Ridiculous. They say the abandoned house is full of treasures. Abandoned house. No, this has to be something with them. The whole series is based around Time Cop Ex Machina. I guess. I mean, the thing is that like nothing changes though, so nothing really happens. Oh, there's the bottle. So like, I don't know. I don't think they're really using time to like change things, because at least at this point nothing has happened. Oh, I didn't even see that. I probably shouldn't just click on things. Oh, is that also? Oh, I probably would have noticed that this building is like in shambles. Oh well. Chasing Mother Hen. Oh, there you are. Rolls up just like a carpet. Secret Life!
Boo.
Boo. Thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. Amazing. Thank you so much. How's your day been so far? We've just been chatting Marvel and... what else? A lot of Marvel stuff recently. How do we make a whole new Marvel series with a character people love that we killed off? Time travel. I guess. I mean, that still works, though. I mean, it's multiverse. Multiversal. He's really not in our timeline yet, so I don't know. I'm partway through. I don't know how far I am. We've just been chatting for the most part. And just essentially just listening to the music as I just click around on things. Yeah, how's your day been? Oh, that's right. You're doing Black Widow. Nice. I'll be watching it sometime this weekend. But that's awesome. I've heard David Harbour does a good job, I've heard. David Harbour from Stranger Things. I forget the name of the character he's playing, but I've heard he's done. I've heard good things. I don't know. I feel like they've done some really interesting things with Loki this series, and that's coming from someone who didn't really like him. Never on duty. Okay, sorry, Secret Life. Never on duty. Bye. See you later. Somebody who's. Have I watched Star Trek Discovery? I have not. I'm not a huge Star Trek fan. So I just never watched it. There are bottles here that look like that. Never on duty. Is somebody like a guard who's not? If you store the harvest in here, we're gonna have a hard time getting it out later. It's not that, right? No. Okay. It's a taller base. No? Oh. Never on duty. I don't know. I don't get that hint. If you store the harvest in here, we're gonna have a hard time getting it out later. Harvest. Is it these? Maybe this area? Yeah, I haven't watched too much Star Trek or anything. The only real space program I've been watching is The Expanse. It's kind of the only one that I watch. I'm not even a big Star Wars fan, TBH. Of Star Wars, of the new trilogy, I watched the first one. I was like, I'm out. Not interested. These don't open. Yeah, The Expanse. That's what I said. I said I have not watched much Star Trek, nor do I really watch much of Star Wars. I pretty much only space program that I really watch is The Expanse. I finally caught up on that a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago. I hadn't watched the last season, so I did that about a month ago. I really enjoyed it. It's really good. I'm sad the next one is going to be the last season. It has to be in this area. If you store the harvest in here, we're going to have a hard time getting it out later. It's never going to be, like, on the building, right? I don't think so. Oh! I love The Expanse. I think it's so good. Amos is my favorite. Right. Let's do, depending on how long this one takes, let's do one or two more, and then we will, probably end there. Unpopular. I don't like Star Trek Voyager. I really don't know much about it. I haven't watched anything Star Trek in probably since Enterprise or Next Generation. I don't know when. It's been a forever long time. Well, no, I guess I watched one of the movies with Patrick Stewart in them, but that was it. Anything? Nothing? Okay. Oh, there's a mouse. Yeah, I haven't watched pretty much anything since then. What are you missing? Snake? This buffet looks delicious. Where's the buffet? Oh. No one can catch me, I'm too fast. Ah, this guy. This giant pig? Gotcha. I'm sure I left my jewelry in the tent. I haven't even seen the Star Trek movies with, like, Chris Pine and Zoe Saldana and them. I never even watched those with, like, the J.J. Abrams ones. Never even watched them. I don't know why. I was just kind of like, oh, maybe I'll see it at some point, and it just never interested me. Never got around to it. When this goes boom, it will open the tomb. Those don't open. I've not seen most of the Star Trek movies. Just wasn't very interested. But I love The Expanse. I think that was just perfect for me. Models. What is this? Oh, the flail. We're looking for a bomb, a skull with a crown, like wizard hat, thorn potion, juicy, a knife, oh, which is right here, and a necklace. A necklace of stamina, necklace of endurance, +3 stamina, can be found in Dungeon Treasure. noise. Nice. Okay. You mean blah, lens flare? Exactly, yeah. Yeah, that is 100% correct. I don't know why I never, like, got around to it, but I was just like, nah, I'll probably watch it at some point. Never did. Smells like ham. Oh. Done. A thorn potion. Juicy. Boom. Look at us. We are rocking this. We can probably do one more after this. Because we're just... Bum, 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 bum. When this goes boom, it will open the tomb. These are tombs, right? Or is there another? These could also be tombs. Twitch Mobile has an audio-only mode that blocks out the video but keeps audio and chat active. It does! I do that a lot of times. Sometimes when I'm, like, in the kitchen, and I'm, like, if I'm cooking something, sometimes what I'll do is I'll have my headphones on, so I'm actually listening to, I'm listening to the audio from my computer, but I'll be able to chat from there if it's something that I can, like, if I'm not cooking something that's like too intensive, I can just chat from there. Sometimes I'll listen to the audio from my phone as well, but I like it. Oh, there's the bomb. Yeah, let's do one more. That was too fast. And then we'll end. But I do like that. That's a neat feature. This has been a nice chill game, and this is exactly what I wanted. It's not only good for conserving battery, but also good at blocking the visual in case someone is playing the game and doesn't want cute spoilers. Yeah, that is true. This guy's missing a head. All right, I'm back now. My mom came up to chat. Nice, nice, nice. This is gonna probably be our last puzzle. But we're gonna do this again because I like how chilled this was and just kind of a nice little chill time. We love war here. War keeps us happy. I didn't know if there was supposed to be a chant there, but I tried. Now people in chat. Pog. But welcome back. We briefly talked about Star Trek, which I had mentioned that I haven't really watched much of Star Trek at all, but I watched The Expanse. I really like The Expanse. Can't remember the last thing we said about Marvel stuff. But we just be chatting. Oh yeah, how was Sea of Solitude? You started that today, right? I have seen it in the store, and I've thought about picking it up, but I don't know much about the game. It's definitely a trip with a storyline. Oh, really? Oh, you should, Boyd. You should. For one, War has a wonderful voice. Probably the best out of all of us, if I do say so myself. And I do say so myself. I got about halfway through and we'll finish. Wait, really? How long is the game? This Expanse is my jam. I love The Expanse. It's so good. Amos is my favorite. I love how real War is. That's true. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I thought it was a much longer game. In fact, I think that was one of the reasons why I never picked it up. Because I was like, oh, this looks kind of long. Oops. Looks what happens when I don't do any research and I just kind of start making guesses. Oh. There you go. Standard stuff. Just being like, it looks kind of like a longish game. It's like it's 3.5 hours long, but with all my talking with Chad, I got halfway through in the gameplay or on a 3.5 hour stream. Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe it was Opons or somebody was saying that a lot of games that are like that, you kind of just have to add about like, depending on how often the streamer talks, like 10 hours to the game. Because you never know. I just went to check, and that's about what my VOD is. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I thought it was like almost like an open world type game, I think. So I am disgustingly wrong. What are you missing? Just like looking for a head in the haystack. Boom. That was a good hint. Good hint. Where is the captain's helmet? That's what we're trying to find. Why would that be the hint? Where is? Yeah, that's what we're. This is a terrible hint. Lol, I talk a lot with chat. I'm not sure if I annoy them. If they wouldn't be there if they were annoyed. In my opinion, it seems like a lot of people hang around for the chatting. Usually in like chat lounges, people are there for the chatting, and then once the game starts, everyone leaves. So I feel like people are there for the chat. People are there for the chat. Google, the game plays 3 hours. Me after 10 hours. We made it. Man, that sounds like my stream last night. Just a bunch of drawn out stories that didn't make much sense. Wait, what did you play yesterday? I am sad I missed it. I remember seeing the notification after I woke up from a nap. Mario Maker! That's right. I don't think I've ever seen you play Mario Maker. I've actually never played it. Oh wait, didn't I see this? Yeah. But I like the chatting. That part's my favorite. I don't know if you guys can tell or not. But welcome back, Emmers. We're on our last little puzzle thing. For now. We're gonna stop after this one, and then we'll be back tomorrow with Phoenix Wright. Nice. Have you made any yet, or do you? Or is it like in the doing them, in the completing of the Mario Maker levels? Okay. I think I saw. Wait, there was somebody who played a little bit of Mario Maker. I think it was Mr. Sputnik? Question mark? Maybe it wasn't Mr. Sputnik. I've seen one person play a little bit of Mario Maker, but that was kind of it. This guy. Okay, what are we missing? None of them want to eat the last piece. Ah, wait. Not this? Okay. I don't have the creativity. I don't know if that's true. I feel like you could do some good game design. No one wants to eat the last piece. Oh. This? No? Is it you? Oh no! Do a Jet impression? Oh no. Do Jet's English impression, like my British English? Oh boy. Oh boy. Not good. Not good. Oh, is it this? No, it's not. No one wants to eat the last piece. These are tables. Look, it's, well... Let's look at... Oh, there's the bag. Let's look at all these tables here. Let's see if we can find an orange. It's not this one. It looks so much like it. Is Englishman. Oh, my... my British accent is not great. But it's the only one that I can do somewhat, at least consistently. If not just consistently bad. But still consistent. But then when I have to do... because my voices are so limited, when I'm doing like Phoenix Wright and I have to do voices for the characters, we start running out real fast. So most of the female characters that I deem to be British, they talk like this. Hi, I'm Maya. I'm not an attorney, but... it's basically it's like that the entire time. And people unfollow. So, it was not good. Oh boy. I'm probably not going to watch it just for my own sake. So I don't feel just a wave of embarrassment. Dobby is a free elf. I need to get better at accents. I just don't know how. I don't think I have the capability of doing such things. Beggars! It's fun. We have fun. We have fun with it. We have fun with it. The other day I was like, maybe that's why people haven't been watching. Is that why I scared them away? Was it the voices? It probably was the voices. Let's see. I was hoping none of my UK community was in chat, because strangely about 40% of my viewership is from the UK. It is funny how that happens, I feel like. Sometimes it's like, oh, weird. We live in totally different parts of the world, but still brought together. But I guess to be fair, I watch a lot of like Australian streamers, so it's kind of the same thing. Where is this guy? We should praise him for all his beer. Monk. I think it'd be the near the like casks. Probably that's not the right word, but. A ritual orb for communing with the nature spirits. Oh, it's right there. Nice. Okay. I was about to say, wow, that hint was not helpful, and I immediately found it. Cool, cool, cool. So I'm still missing 3. This one, which this hint is not helpful. It just says, where's the captain's helmet? Doi, that's what we're trying to do. Then this guy... Maybe... Oh, maybe it's not... I was reading it like it was him. Okay, we found that guy. So now we need this one random orange that we need to find. And this captain's helmet. Acridy Londoners? That's fair. I need to get better. I'm just not very good at accents. So it's basically anytime it's just like either my normal voice or a lower or higher pitched version of like a British accent that I can do. That's just about I need to get better. I need to hire an acting coach. And when they're like, oh, are you like applying for things? No, this is just for my Twitch channel. This is just so the people don't start unfollowing me. Oh, the orange. What was the hint? None of them want to eat the last piece. I was thinking about people, but it was the deer. Look at that. A twist, everybody. I love home movies, War. I love home movies. H. John Benjamin does fantastic voices. Did you, oh, Scrotty. Remember the Septipus episode when they're auditioning for Fenton's replacement? No, I don't remember that. But that sounds amazing. I was thinking of, I don't know if you've seen, there's a, there's an episode of Stephen Colbert where H. John Benjamin goes on there, and it's hilarious because Stephen Colbert plays a clip from Archer, two different shows, Archer, and then a clip from Bob's Burgers, and then Stephen Colbert's like, wow, like your range, and H. John Benjamin is like, I wish I could do his voice. Yes, the thing is, he has such a cool voice, but he's just like, yeah, what? There's a lot of subtlety in between the two. He's like, yeah, I can hear it. They sound, it's very subtle. I'm here for your souls, commanded by my master. He's not British. Oh, he's not? Okay. Lower pitched British accent. Hilarious. I loved home movies. It's such a funny show. I actually quote with some of my friends, oh, it's, who are the two kids who are kind of annoying? There's a line, but I can't remember the line before it, but Walter and Perry, I got the bloodlust. Can we at least listen to this? Hold on. Will I get DMCA just for the audio? Probably.
You leave Brendan and Melissa alone. Yeah, hiya.
Shut up.
What? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
No. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Yeah, here we go. I got so much adrenaline going through my veins. Perry, I got the bloodlust. Me too. I want to
Oh, by the way, my Spotify's been going.
Kill.
Whatever.
Hold on. Let's go back.
Oh, boy. Yeah. No, you didn't.
Shut up.
What? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
No, you didn't. Uh-oh, boy. Yeah, here we go. I got so much adrenaline going through my veins right now. I got the bloodlust. Me too. I want to kill. Let's kill.
Whatever.
I need to make that into a sound clip. for for the channel. I got the bloodlust. Perry. Kill. Uh-oh. It's just so good. Oh, man. What a funny show. Like, it's one of the funniest cartoon shows I've watched. There's an episode where... It's the episode where Brendan and... It's Brendan and... oh, no. It's Brendan and... Wait. What are their names? Home movies. Jason. Thank you. Melissa approaches Brendan and Jason because she's like, I think you guys are enabling each other, and they are like starting to gain a ton of weight, and they're like not filming anything at all. They're just like constantly eating snacks or whatever. And she's like, you've gained a lot of weight, and I think you guys are enabling each other. You guys need to separate. And I think that's when they make the Free Willy like knockoff. I remember laughing so much at that episode. Like just I remember whatever happens. It's kind of vague in my memory, but I remember whatever happens. I remember laughing so much at like towards the end of it. I can't remember if it's because like Jason like is the whale or something. I don't know. It's something extreme like that. But I also like the episode where Brendan's dad is getting married, and Brendan goes to try on the tux, and he's like, how do I look? And his dad says, you look like you work at a restaurant with loose child labor laws. And that it's just like the writing is just so funny. They give up on losing weight, end up making a bunch of movies where they sub in fat characters. Yeah, I think that's right. It's just like and Coach McGurk. We haven't even really mentioned Coach McGurk, but he's just I never realized. Oh, that was Louis C.K. I didn't even realize that. I never realized that Jason is also voiced by H. John Benjamin. How did I never know that? What? The more you know. Perry, I've got the bloodlust. Uh-oh. Me too. Whenever we would play, a few of my friends who'd also watched the home movies, whenever we'd be playing a game and we start not to get like heated, but kind of just more competitive, that's the thing I would say. I'd be like, I've got the bloodlust. I need to say that. I need to have that now, particularly for now that, well, we haven't streamed Apex, but I mean, like, I feel like there are games now where that could be apparent. I need to add that to somewhere. Maybe that can be a bit thing, or I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Pretty easy, right? Yeah, I need to save the clip and download it. Yeah, he uses the Jason voice in Bob's Burgers app where Linda is selling essential oils. Is that a newer one? No, that's not a newer one. But you're right. I love Bob's Burgers. I haven't watched a couple of the newest seasons. I need to just sit down and watch them all. But I love Bob's Burgers. I think I do remember seeing that one. That's the one where they go and they have to rescue their mom, right? From that house. Right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. I have seen that one. I think I've only missed the last, like, 2 seasons. I love Bob's Burgers. Bob's Burgers is so good. Bob is great. I feel like the older I've gotten, the more I relate to Bob. And the more where I feel like I'd be like, at a time, I'd be like, man, Bob, I don't get Bob. But now I'm like, no, I get Bob. Just so, and I love Bob's Burgers because it's like a family that actually like love each other, but also get very tired of each other at the same time. Uh-oh. I need some home movies lines in our streams. It reminds me of the Arrested Development with how rapidly the jokes, for sure. And I like, what's her name? Kristen Schaal. I think she does, She does Luis's voice. Luis? Yeah. Right? Yeah. I 2012 Jet. I don't get Bob. 2021 Jet. I am Bob. That's so true though. I wish I had as cool of a voice as he does though. Yeah, she was in Flight of the Conchords. She was also in she was in 30 Rock. And she plays just an absolutely insane character. This is the second time I've mentioned 30 Rock in a stream. Like in the same stream. Her lines in 30 Rock are just insane. And she plays just such a crazy character, but she does it so well. What was her name was Hazel, what's her name? Was her name is her last name. Hazel, what is it? What's her name? Yeah, there it is. I'm trying to see if there's a quote I can read that would be appropriate to read on stream, because some of hers are so extreme that it's just like unbelievable how they got away with some of these quotes. Quotes. Okay, let's see. What's the one that's like, I can't afford a third strike? Or another strike? Maybe it's not. No. Man, it's so. If you guys have not watched 30 Rock, highly recommend. Just highly recommend. Let's see. What? This 30 Rock wiki is not helpful at all. I can't afford... Is that what it is? Oh, man. Google's not helping me. Why can't... Oh, man. Oh, well. She just has so many funny lines, and a lot of it's her delivery. It's just so good. Some guy wants me to clean up the rust and sandblast his tank turret, and you know what? I threw in a new coat of paint for free. That's so kind of you. Going the extra mile. Okay, there is one final item left, and it's... Oops. Where is the captain's helmet? An unhelpful hint. Is it going to be like on an animal, like on a giraffe? No, it's not on any of the giraffes. Do we need to like... Everything seems... Hope this music wasn't getting annoying because it's been playing for the last 3 hours. Where is the Captain's helmet? But yeah, Bob's Burgers is great. I love it. Like, is there anything we can like interact with that we're missing? It's gonna be one of those things. Maybe I need to look for... I've been looking for gold. Maybe I need to look for red. It might be like most of the gold stuff is hiding, but that the gold, like, mohawk part of the... hat, helmet is something that's visible. Let's look here. Oh, there it is. Ah, look at us. Okay. It just took us a second. I should have thought about looking where the most of the, like, warrior people were. But let's just head to the main menu, because we are gonna end. I will say, I'm surprised there's only one song that plays during this game. Maybe next time we'll just do lo-fi. Or we'll turn off the music, we'll keep the sound effects. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. We'll remove the music and play lo-fi instead, so that way we can still hear, like, sound effects. But, that sounds like a better plan. Because otherwise it's like the same song the entire time. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. We are ending the stream now. I'm glad that people came and hung out for such a chill stream. I love when people can kind of just, you know, lounge with me while I play a game. And this is a pretty good game, I think, for, like, when I need a good filler, you know, let's kind of chat, but I don't want to start a new game, because it felt weird. So the next game we're starting next week is Mario vs. Rabbids. It felt weird maybe starting it today and then not playing it for then, like, 3 days. Because we'll be doing Phoenix Wright tomorrow. Sunday, we'll see if we do Phoenix Wright again, depending on how far we make it. And then not playing until Monday. I was like, that just feels weird. It's like, I'd rather just start it on a like, start at the beginning of the week and then just playing that, you know, for the rest of the week for the most part. So, tomorrow, hope you'll stick around. It's one of those, I finished my game, but I have an hour. Yes, 100%. And I like it because it's not very, like, I was trying to think of what to play, and my ideas were, after some thought, I was like, I want something that's kind of pleasant to look at, like, kind of bright and cheery. It is, we found the helmet, finally. But I'd been looking for the helmet for forever. But yeah, it's a good game for like, I want to chat with chat. I want it to be something that I don't have to put a ton of attention to because it's just looking for objects basically. I can continue talking with chat. It's kind of nice and pleasant to look at, which I think it is. And you know, we can just kind of relax a little bit. It's a good filler without it being like, and that was another thing. I was like, there are so many games that I want to play that are indie games, but they are they're like really heavy on story, and I was like, I don't really want to start that now because again, the same problem. I might not play it for a while, so this is like a good. We have some extra time or a stream that we just kind of want to chill in. Boom, hidden through time. There's another game that's like this that I've got that we'll probably eventually play. It's just nice. It's kind of nice. I wonder. Oh, okay. We're actually more than halfway through. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 left of the main story. Then we have Viking Tales, Legends of Japan, and we don't have Road to Rome. But looks like we've got a lot. And then if we wanted to, we could make a map. I am curious to see what this looks like. I know you can also download more. Okay, time period. Click on the time period icon to change it. Tools, use the tools to edit your objects, modify the map, display your objectives, or publish your map online. Categories, the objects arranged in different categories. Click on one of the categories to display the different objects. Here are the objects. Click or drag and drop them on to place the map. You do people? So one thing that's kind of weird is you can't. One thing that's kind of weird is like, so the mouse navigates this middle area, but in order to navigate through these menus, you have to use the directional pad. Can you like? Duplicate? Yes, more. More creativity. More. I'm just making an army, don't worry. They're starting to overlap. This is a problem. It's just gonna be like an army of these people, and it's just gonna be like you have to find the exact specific one that I was. There you go. Anyway, I just wanted to see what this looked like. It's interesting. Maybe we can make one day, and then anybody who has the game can download it and. And let's just see before we leave. Let's also check to see, because you can download maps. I'm curious what, Oh, look at this! Wintertime. Do we have Viking Tales? Okay, good. Because that means there will probably be winter stuff. And I want that. Online maps. Elven Village. Look, and people can rate them. That's cool. Castle Village Norse Fort, High Noon. That's pretty neat. I like that. This was a really creative idea to have this in a game like this, so that there's almost literally like infinite content in a way. That's cool. All right. Anyway, we are going to. What is change script? That just must be in controller, right? So we are going to end here now. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. War, Boyd, Secret Life, Emmers, Gilmore. Who else was here? Lampfrost. Mr. Soul Creek was here for a bit. Runner. Who else? Who else was here? Oh, Burnsy popped in. Opons. Azure. Thank you guys for popping in and hanging out. I always appreciate it and love when you guys can be here and chat with me. And no, Runner, I named you. I was doing it just from the top of my head. Sorry. Nope, that's it. Can't remember anybody. Just can't. No, I don't think there was anybody else. But no, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'm sure I missed people. I was just trying to think of immediately off the top of my head, but I appreciate it. Appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with me. We'll play Hidden Through Time for sure again. I like nice chill streams. The Jet Loungers have been a lot of like mystery and now like mystery Phoenix Wright games, and so we haven't been able to play like some really nice just kind of lounge games. So I'm always happy to do these. But next week we'll be starting Mario vs. Rabbids. It should be fun. I've played a lot of it before, but never finished it, and so this will be kind of a nice going through it again will be pretty good. But anyway, that's all I've got for you guys today. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. We're just going to end. We won't be streaming, or we won't be raiding, but I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. I hope you guys have a wonderful time. And I will talk to you again tomorrow for Phoenix Wright, the last case. We're on it. We didn't get too far last time, so if you weren't there, you didn't miss it. I just got really sleepy last time. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day and rest of your night. I will see you. Bye-bye! That's the wrong one. There we go. Bye!